Hello. Hold on. How are you? Wait, hold on. I have to find the Twitch. Oh, Twitch is here. Yeah. Hello, Incube. Red Rose said no stream, and I say, yeah, stream. Okay? There is stream. There is stream. Hello. Hello. Welcome, beauties. My dog was misbehaving, so I filled his puzzle toy with snacks. So he's been busy doing the puzzle, and I think I got him busy for a while. Okay, I think he finished the puzzles faster than I thought. So he's back now, so he might cause trouble and I will have to go away and calm him down again. He's a smart puppy, too smart. He came to me. Oh, Fido. Okay, he just came to check on me and then lied down. I think he appreciated the puzzle toy thing. I should fill out that puzzle thing more often. Apparently, German Shepherds need brain stimulation. Also, sometime during the stream, I'm gonna have to take a break to walk him. That's a thing that's gonna have to happen. Are you ready for some brain rot? You ready? I got a question for you. I'm gonna advertise at the President Sunday crowd. Okay, so we can either watch Destiny debate someone about Elon Musk's salute, or we can watch Quichman. We can watch Quichman debate Loner Box. Oh, baby boy. Wait, let's advertise at President Sunday's server, okay? You mean President Sunday's son? Yes. Quichman. Quichman. So what do you choose? Okay? So what do you choose? Choose. Choose. As you can see, I still have no glasses, by the way. Just saying. Also, I had to postpone my doctor's visit till the 20th, Tuesday. I won't have HRT till Tuesday. So I might be a little bit emotionally unstable. Just saying. I might be unstable. Yeah. I have blockers. So I just take the blockers. Testosterone blockers, I still have those. I just don't have the estrogen. So what do you choose? Welcome. Now you mentioned, I wonder what would happen if someone only took blockers in their adult years. Would it just make them age differently? I don't know. I know one thing. I just take blockers for a few days and then I'll take estrogen. Go. Go. Where do I go? Choose. What do you mean go? Like I say, what do you choose? Destiny debate about the Nazi salute or Loner Box debate about with Quichman about anti-Semitism, and you say go. Where am I going? Paul? I don't know how to make a Paul. You're not saying it as you see it, okay? Oh, go. Oh yeah. Do you know how to play it? I feel like the anti-Semitism debate would be better. Yeah? Okay. I won this game, by the way. By 50 points. Just saying. I'm good. I'm pretty good at this game. I'll pick the anti-Semitism too, okay. Because you're all anti-Semites. The salute debate was annoying the day Elon did the salute. We're gonna watch this salute thing as well. Don't worry. I know you all love Quichman. I know that Quichman is your favorite person in the world. I realize.
Implied to be
but when you just
But I will remind you that he tried to turn me into a lol cow.
positive feelings towards Israel, this is such a vacuous poll question. Just hating most of a group doesn't mean you hate the group. And so you are basically writing off all Jews with that statement, essentially.
What?
You hate the group. This is such a vacuous poll question. Just hating most of a group doesn't mean you hate the group. And so you are...
Okay, that is a weird statement right off the bat from Quichman. If you hate most of a group, you pretty much hate the group, okay? I don't know what he means by that. Maybe the intro just... I don't know. Maybe the intro is just vague and I'll understand the context. Oh, I watched this live. Not subbing to Quichman. Yeah? How did it go? Also, wait, Quichman tried to make you into a lol cow. Why? Because he is transphobic. That's why.
are basically writing off all Jews with that statement, essentially.
Is it also safe to say that 65% of...
It was kind of weak. Wait, you were there? You were here when it happened? I don't... Were you here when it happened?
British Jews are making things themselves unsafe by identifying as Zionists?
Fundamentally anti-Zionist, even if you don't believe in the immediate destruction of the state of Israel, you would fundamentally be...
So what is this music? Strange. What a strange choice.
Zionist. So calling that a Zionist position that you believe that there is a temporary need to not have these populations mixed, but fundamentally you're against an ethnic state, to call that a Zionist position is ridiculous to me. Who do you think is worse, Hassan or Nick Fuentes? Side thought here. I feel like the thing people want more than anything...
Hey, hold on.
Side thought. Who do you think fundamentally you're against a temporary need to not have these populations mixed, but fundamentally you're against an ethnic state, to call that a Zionist position is ridiculous to me. Who do you think is worse, Hassan or Nick Fuentes? Side thought here. I feel like the thing people want more than anything right now is people who hit back.
Why would you ask that?
Hey.
Hello, how's it going?
Pretty good.
Hold on, something wrong happened. Why am I running out of storage space? That's weird. I'm gonna have to reset the computer later, I guess. Hello, Lapis 169. How are you? I've not seen you here before. Welcome. What a weird sentiment. I don't really even think Hassan is anti-Semitic. I'm pretty okay today. I'm pretty okay. Have you watched this stream before? Are you new to this stream? If so, then what brings you here? And if no, then I'm sorry for not remembering you. Lapis 169. Now I'm new. Oh, so how did you find this stream? Should I introduce yourself? Would you like to know what I'm all about? Yeah, I grow viewers one at a time. I like politics and your tag is politics. Okay, so I'm Lucy Haze. I live in Poland. I'm a Polish trans Jewish streamer. I do history, politics. I focus primarily on the war in Ukraine. I travel to Ukraine from time to time once I gather resources to go. I do interviews with organizations that save kidnapped children from Russia. I also do art and languages and gaming. So I do a variety of things. I want to turn what I've done so far into some articles, but we'll see. So that is me. I'm hoping that you will maybe stick around. I am trying to build an audience. I'm trying to grow beyond being a micro streamer to being a small streamer. That is my dream for now, my goal. And now we're watching a Loner Box debate with Queeman about anti-Semitism. How is Poland? Pretty anti-LGBT, but also better than it was. It was ruled by the far right for a long time, and now more centrist government is in charge. This Sunday I will be voting for the new president, by the way. I will always need one, yeah. Also, I actually covered a presidential debate on the stream, or at least part of it. I translated it live from Polish. Are we gonna get a live Polish election coverage stream? We cannot. It's illegal. In Poland, you have a thing called election silence. So filming, talking about it, and anything is illegal. It's illegal to agitate. It's illegal to do election stuff, it's illegal. On the day of the voting, you just vote. You just vote. It's even illegal for you to say who you're voting for on the day of the voting, because you're just supposed to go on that day and cast your vote. A lot of countries in Europe has election silence, actually. I'm not Polish, so I don't know much about Poland politics. We all know you're voting for Brown. I know, right? Yeah. If you watch this stream, then probably you'll learn at least a bit about Polish politics. I do Polish politics from time to time, even though I think my Polish politics segments on YouTube do the worst of my segments. So that's not good. So yeah. Oh, do you watch any other streamers? Lapis 169. What sort of streamers do you watch? And I will know your politics once you tell me what streamers you watch. And if you like my stream, I will know what viewers to appeal to. So it's a win-win. It is a win-win situation. Isn't that right? It's mostly left people. Can you name any? If it's okay, that is. Because many people consider certain creators left-wing, but others don't consider them left-wing. I've noticed. So just saying that you watch left-wing content creators sometimes is not enough. Do you know? Hassan sometime. He's been detained recently. Also, this debate is about Hassan, so you know, I guess you got your sort of yeah. I don't like Hassan's opinions on Ukraine. I'm just gonna throw it out there. I'm very much not a fan of Hassan's opinions on the war in Ukraine. Wait, who's called left? There are people that call Destiny a left-wing creator, and I'm not sure if he is, so what he's been saying about Ukraine, like things like, especially at the beginning of the invasion, he's been saying stuff like Russia is just getting its territory back. Like a year ago, he said something like, I'm on nobody's side. Dylan Burns, the creator, had Ukrainian people criticize him for his opinions about Ukraine, and he called Dylan Burns a psychopathic pervert for giving Ukrainian people a microphone to criticize him. Are you familiar with that creator, Dylan Burns? Also, my dog is being crazy. He's biting the door. Because the door is made out of wood. Hello, Greater Ain't. So yeah, also I have a dog. And sometimes my dog disturbs the stream. He's an 8-month German Shepherd, long hair. So if I step away from the camera for a second, it's when I try to calm my dog down. And if the stream dies, that means he bit the cable in half, the internet. No, but I like Ukraine, so Hassan's opinion is bad. Yeah, his opinions on Ukraine are not very good, I'm afraid. Alright, let's watch this debate then. So you'll always be a micro streamer. Wow, thanks, Estelle. I thought someone was trying to escape your room. No, my dog is trying to eat my door. Alright.
Are you like on the other end of your room?
Yeah, I was just grabbing a drink. Sorry.
Wow, empty chairing me. What the? Jesus.
Okay, so there was. Well, I just want to pull up the tweets because I remember I sent you a screenshot.
I'm not exactly sure why Kuiman is discussing Israel-Palestine. I assume it's because he's Jewish. Okay, what is Fido doing? One moment, okay? I have to calm him down. This dog is impossible. Fido. 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 Spokój. Oh, yeah. I'll give him his horn. I give him a horn to bite. Hopefully he'll get busy with the horn. An animal horn. You can buy this at the animals store. He tore my blanket like this. So my blanket has holes and it's torn in places. Now he is playing with the horn. So if you hear weird noises, it's always because of my dog and nothing else. Yeah, Queeman is Jewish. Yes. I believe so, yeah.
I was first messaging you to talk. Okay. So, the other day I messaged you. I sent you some screenshots of some tweets at the pub. Just seeing about politics on my phone. And I saw you say, the slightest sympathy for Israel is not the same as supporting the complete ethnic cleansing of Palestine. But I'll put that aside, so I assume someone's being disingenuous with you beforehand. You say, yes, if you follow the logic above, you'd have to admit that you believe the majority of Jews on Earth are as good as neo-Nazis. No. This person says, if the majority of Jews favoured killing and displacing all the Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, and I said that is a fascist position, you're saying that would make me anti-Semitic. Just clarifying. And you said, might have to think more about it, but you probably would be. If the majority of Jews seriously wanted to kill and displace 5 million people, it would be justified to think there's something wrong with them. Unless you think you can hate most Jews without being a Jew hater, lol. So,
Yep.
I feel like saying that if a majority of a group believes something, and you believe, in your opinion is, that belief is like abhorrent, despicable, beyond the pale, Nazi adjacent or Nazi leaning, whatever you want to call it.
Fuck Wichman and Loner Box. Well, I still want to react to this because apparently it's not going very well. Welcome to the stream.
If you believe that about that position, then you are, in some essence, bigoted against that group that hold that position.
Okay.
Is that what your position is?
So I can probably...
That is a strange position, by the way. That is a very weird position. I like Queeman because he's a liberal. Well, I don't like Queeman because Queeman tried to turn me into a lol cow. And I'm not easy to forget. This position is so dumb. I know.
Probably fast forward like 2 or 3 steps to this conversation if you want. So if the majority of Jews actually wanted to just kill like 5 million Arabs, would that make...
Which, by the way, that's not a position that majority of Jewish people hold. Okay, let's get that clear first of all, because I'm pretty sure the majority of Jewish people don't even live in Israel. I'm pretty sure more Jewish people live outside of Israel than in Israel, and many Jewish people don't even in any way identify with Israel. Like infamously in 1968, when Polish people who were Jewish were expelled from Poland, they didn't feel any connection to Israel. They felt a connection to Poland. Like Israel was a foreign place to them, and they never adapted to it, by the way. So it's more complicated than that.
Would it make you anti-Semitic to not like that, to think like you've got a really big issue with most Jews? Like you think most Jews are basically on the same level as Nazis? And then I would say, well, your behavior might be kind of like indistinguishable from that of someone who's bigoted against Jews, because you'd be discriminating against them. You would probably be like red flagging every other Jew that you see, because it's a majority of them. You'd also be having to wonder, why is the majority of this particular ethno-religious group like wanting to just murder 5 million people? That's kind of crazy. Then the counter to that would be, well, you're not really hating them for their immutable characteristics. You're hating them for something that is just a political opinion that they hold, but they don't necessarily have to hold. And then I would respond to that by saying, that's probably fair. It's not the same as hating them because of an immutable characteristic. But then it circles back to the actual conversation, which is, if a slight sympathy for Israel makes you a neo-Nazi, then the question would be that if the majority of Jews have a slight sympathy for Israel, which I think they do, I think it's quite clear, then is it anti-Semitic to call that neo-Nazism? And I would say that...
I mean, what is slight sympathy for Israel? That is a good question, isn't it?
Is because there is something about the general experience.
Okay, just when you just I don't have the rest of this exchange in front of me right now, so just try and get some context on the rest of what you're saying here. Is roughly the conversation happening here? Is it about that polling that is used to say basically 90% of Jews are Zionists?
It's not 90, it's like 70 something.
Or whether I hear it get quoted as 90 by
like all over the world?
A bunch of people, but yeah, basically.
Wait, who did that polling? Who did a polling of Jewish people from all over the globe and got 70% of Jewish people are... Like, how was that poll conducted? I would like to see that poll, and I would like to see the methodology. Right? Like, there are a lot of Jewish people all over the world. How would you conduct such a poll? I'm very skeptical about this poll, to be quite honest with you. Quimmen tried to make you a lolcow, so he failed? Yes, he failed. Like, he mocked my voice. He manufactured conversation with me on my stream and then would clip it and send it to ChatLogic to mock. And then people insisted for me to go on ChatLogic stream to talk to him. And I did. The conversation did not go as ChatLogic expected it to go. So he was not able to turn me into a lolcow on his stream. Then we agreed to debate the topic of Irish travelers, and then he sort of just pretended from that moment on that I don't exist and ghosted me. And we never got to do that whole debate about Irish travelers. No, he promised to debate me a week later, but we never got to it. That was our first and last interaction ever. And from there on, he just pretended that I don't exist. Are you in good standing with PS? President Sunday? I mean, President Sunday organized a fundraiser for my mom. A 12-hour stream of getting money for my mom's rehabilitation after her surgery when she was attacked by a guy on a scooter and hospitalized for a hip surgery. So I would say that I am in pretty good standing with President Sunday, yeah. So I'm gonna be grateful for that, definitely, for that big stream. Because we would not have been, we would have had to, he still won't trade me, yeah. Yeah, my mom is doing fine. If it wasn't for that fundraiser, we would have had to go with public healthcare. And with public healthcare, we would have had to wait 6 months for my mom to get her rehab. So it was a lifesaver. It was a little bit less. The whole thing cost a little bit less than the fundraiser got, but I was able to, in the rehabilitation center, I was able to get my mom something like a cake or buy her stuff from that money as well. Lucy, do you remember your card's strength? Yeah, I remember. What about it? So yes. Is there an international Jewish poll that verifies that 70% are Zionists? This seems so made up. It does seem made up. Like, how would you conduct a worldwide poll of Jewish people that would indicate that 70% of Jewish people are pro-Zionist? I have no clue how we even go about that. I don't know the logistics of such a poll. There are so many Jewish people in so many places around the world. It's just, how would you do this? I really, if such a poll exists, I would like someone to, I would like to see it, and I would like to see its methodology, because it feels bogus to me. Like, I know anecdotal evidence is no evidence, but when I talk to people in the Pauline Museum during a conference, I talked to them at the tables when we had breaks and ate food, and I talked to some ladies, and I was like, I think Jewish, I think we're just Polish, right? I think we're just Polish here in Poland. And the ladies say, yeah, we're Polish. You know, we're not Israeli, we're Polish. So, you know, like, all Jewish people in the world don't just identify with Israel. And again, I said it before in this stream. In 1968, when people were expelled from Poland, they felt no connection to Israel. They felt a connection to Poland. And they didn't want to go to Israel. Israel was a foreign place with a foreign language, with a foreign culture even. Like, they felt bad. They felt like they were Jewish, but also they felt like they were Polish. So, and the older people, or even middle-aged people that had a life in Poland, they never adapted to Israel. And they also were discriminated against in Israel. So, okay, so what about my card being strength greater 8? This poll would be self-selective too. There are many Jewish people who would refuse even to answer such a poll. Yeah, exactly. It is such a weird poll. I would like to see it though. I would like to see. If anybody here can find me that poll, then I'd certainly like to see it, because it feels... it's right off the bat. And this whole line of reasoning of if most people from a group, which already, I don't believe that most Jewish people in the world want to, I don't know, kill Palestinian people, because a lot of Jewish people don't even feel any connection to Israel to begin with. But actually, if you have a group and most of that group wants to do a bad thing, right? Then you know what? It's fair to criticize that group, okay? No matter what that group is. If a group wants to kill others or do bad things, if most of that group wants to do this, then I feel like it's fair to criticize that group for it. Strength predicts the triumphant conclusion to a major life problem, situation, or temptation through strength of character. That is a very happy card if you are fighting illness or recovering from injury. Oh. Question 1. Are you Jewish? Question 2. Do you like Israel? There you go. Sarcasm. It's just a made-up poll to shut down arguments. What is your opinion of Back in the USSR by the Beatles? I don't even know if I've ever heard it. Alright. By that conclusion, Lauren Bucks is Islamophobic. I mean... yeah, Fido is eating his horn.
There's this polling that says that most Jews... doesn't say most Jews are Zionists. It says, like, it's about positive feelings towards Israel or something. And people take that to mean most Jews are Zionists, right?
Depends on which poll you look for, because like for American polls, there are polls that will just say like most Jews believe that Israel has a right to exist.
Okay, American polls, okay, but I don't know. American polls. That's one poll from one country. I understand that I think the community in the US is probably the biggest right now, but as a single community, but I don't know, it just feels weird to just take one country's poll and say, oh, therefore this poll represents most Jewish people globally. To be fair, at this point, in my belief, Lauren Marx is not only Islamophobic but race ethnic essentialist to a degree.
State, so that would be Zionist.
Sure,
I think
but
in the UK,
then
it's like 70% say they're Zionist.
What definition of Zionism do you use? I
That
thought
Israel has a. Yeah, go on.
Oh, I thought you. So your position is Zionism is just Israel has a right to exist, not that they have.
He is committed to a position that groups are essentially remain the same and share one single interest. He's self-defending ethno-states in this debate. Okay, we'll see.
Has to be an expansionist element to Zionism.
No, it's Zionism is Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state. You can be a Zionist who opposes the sound.
Oh, by the way, I'm just gonna say it right now, okay? I don't like the idea of a Jewish state. I'm an old school person from the tradition of the Jewish community of pre-World War II Poland. I really don't like the idea of a Jewish state, because the implication is that Jewish people are just a nation in a nation state of Jewish land, Israel, and that being Jewish is basically just a nationality, like being Polish, German, what have you, Japanese, or that it's just a nation state and that the nation is Jewish people. And I don't like this. And many Jewish people in Poland before World War II did not like that idea as well, which is why Zionism was never really caught on in Poland before World War II. And that is saying something, considering that Poland had, I think, the second biggest Jewish community in the world after the United States before World War II. I don't like the idea of a Jewish state. I heard the rabbi say that about the nationality thing. Yeah, I think it would make sense for a rabbi to say that. Yeah, I don't like that. I very much don't like that. Like, Jewishness is not a nation, a nationality. What is the most controversial thing Lonerbox has ever said? I don't watch Lonerbox a lot, so I actually don't know. I actually don't know what the most controversial thing. Like, maybe President Sunday would know. President Sunday has watched, or maybe Karasu. Karasu is watching, I think, right now, so maybe Karasu knows what the most controversial thing Lonerbox. Like, I don't watch him much, honestly. I'm more focused on other things, usually. Probably the sniper's kid headshot thing. Like, rather than watch a Lonerbox thing, I would rather watch a documentary from Ukraine.
In the West Bank, you can be a Zionist who supports them. Yeah.
So you don't think that Zionism? Okay, so if you believe, let's say this, would you say this is a Zionist position that
I'm no longer watching either, but generally he is attacking people who have been critical of genocides. Oh yeah, yes, right, yes. There has been this whole debate about trans people being genocided. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh my gosh, that completely phased out of my mind. Okay, oh yes. Okay, there is one thing that Lonerbox said that, in my opinion, is very controversial. I'd be even willing to debate him on that, to be quite honest. There is one statement that feels so bad to me that it's just unacceptable, okay? He said that I I had been calling people who brought up their shift towards transgenocide as people including inciting violence and make people terrorists. He's doing the same thing in relationship with Israeli state. So he said that society is bigoted against trans people and that will not change anytime soon. So rather than expect society to change and not be bigoted, if there was a pill that could just cure people of being trans instantly, then that would be the best possible treatment for trans people, and that it would be preferable over all other forms of gender care, and that would even legitimize making that the care. No, he did say that. He did say that that would be the preferable thing, that tact pill would be even maybe possibly the only thing, because it would be the best, and that society is just bigoted and it doesn't feel like it will change. So rather than change society, that pill in the society that we live in right now would be preferable. And I feel like, I don't know, if you took a pill like that, then to a degree you would not be yourself anymore. You would be taking a pill that would just be changing who you are, and I don't think that's okay. It's basically like saying if there was an anti-gay pill, then people should take a pill that would make them not gay anymore because people are homophobic. Yeah. He ultimately accepts the medicalization of trans people. He treats it as some kind of a disease. And that sort of thing would apply to gay people as well. If you could take a pill that would make a man not attracted to men, then they should take it, and it would be the best treatment, quote unquote, because society is homophobic, plain and simple. And I just don't accept that. I don't accept that as an argument, because again, if a gay person would take that sort of pill, they would sort of in a very fundamental way change who they are. Yeah. Like, are we talking about Loner Box's perspective on trans people? Yes. About that statement that I heard him say. I actually tuned in to that and I listened to him say that the pill that would fix, quote unquote, that would make people not trans anymore would be the preferable treatment in the society that we live in right now. I find that to be the most controversial thing that he said from my perspective. I would be willing to have a whole debate about it with him, but I'm not sure if I don't know. Is he even queer himself? No. Loner Box, as far as I know, is not. I think Loner Box is cis, heterosexual, not queer at all. One of my only streams was about that. Yeah, I just find that sort of stance not acceptable. This goes back here, how Loner Box treats groups as essentialist characteristics that is unchangeable, or at least for the short term. Jesus, oh my god, Estelle, did not see that coming. Didn't see that one coming from you. I don't know. You identify as you identify. You are who you are. And I will extend it to the gay thing. You love who you love, and I don't think it would be preferable to fix that with a pill, quote unquote.
Theory, it should be a one state, one person, one vote, but that's not possible right now. Is that considered a Zionist position to you?
That's very difficult because
But I feel like that's where like
Wait,
most
hold
people
on.
vote, but that's not. But in theory, it should be a one state, one person, one vote, but that's not possible right now. Is that considered a Zionist position to you?
I mean, that's impossible right now. I wonder. Why is it impossible right now? I have to ask. Fido! Oh! Okay, he stole something from my shelf, of course. Fido! You took a package from my webcam. Like, why is it impossible right now? I have to ask. I don't get it. I don't understand why it's impossible. I have to be explained. Like, the usual argument is that there's so animosity and hatred, so much hatred and animosity that it's just impossible to give people a vote. And also the second argument is that Jewish people would become a minority in Israel. And I just don't think those are cogent arguments. I mean, I'm not much of a nationalist to begin with, so I don't really concern myself with majorities and minorities. And it assumes that there are one-way reactions for civil rights. By the way, the argument's been used to stall the dismantling of apartheid South Africa too. It's a very weird argument. It's like the argument, maybe I'm doing a very false comparison, but in Poland there's a big conversation right now about the Silesian language. I assume that all the people here have watched my coverage of the presidential debate, and know what the Silesian language is and the Silesian people. Fido. Shut. Oh, so there's a big debate in Poland about whether or not the Silesian language should be considered its own language within Poland, and Silesian people should be considered a separate group from Polish people. And a lot of people on the left and centrist, like the presidential candidate that is projected to win right now by a small margin, sadly, so it's a tight race, said that he will push forward legislation that would accept the Silesian language as its own language, and Silesian people as separate people. And the right-wingers and far right-wingers say that he is just supporting separatist movements and that is bad. And basically, I don't think it feels like that to me, right? We should not give rights to this or that sort of group. We should not give voting to this sort of group. We should not accept them as this or that, because that will lead to trouble. That's basically that is the sort of argument that I'm hearing whenever I feel, oh, ideally they should be able to just vote like everybody else, but you know what? That's impossible right now. Ideally, we would accept that their language is a whole separate language, but you know what? What if they decide that they want to carve out a whole space for themselves to have their own country? It's impossible to accept them. You know? That's the argumentation that is usually on the table. Right? And I feel like the best solution is if a group sees itself as completely separate group and they see their language as a complete separate language, you grant them that. Like, I feel like it's pretty silly that Polish people or of all people don't understand that. This comes back to how people conceptualize nation states as inherently one or another ethnic community. Yeah. Justify racism, discrimination. Some people talk like Arabs are actual. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Like, I knew... like, there is a place that my family has, and they rent rooms. I rent the rooms. And I rented rooms to 4 med students who were Muslim, and one day they just told me, hey, see, we're not all bad, and I was very confused why they felt they need to say that they were not bad. Fido. One moment, he started scratching something and it's annoying me. It's hard to do streams when you have a rowdy dog. Fido! Shut, Fido! Shut, Fido! Fido! Shut! Fido! Shut! Fido! Shut, Fido! Okay. He calmed down. He understood. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna see. How many languages do you know, Lucy? I know Polish, I know English, I know Japanese pretty well. I know a little bit of German. I understand German a lot more than I can speak it. I know basics of Vietnamese. I can read the Korean alphabet. I kind of can read the alphabet, the Hebrew one, but it's difficult. I'm not gonna get into why, but it's very difficult. And I understand quite a lot of Ukrainian, as it turns out. But reading alphabet is tricky if you don't know the words, because it doesn't have the sounds a, I, U, E, O in the alphabet. Yeah. I would like to learn Yiddish. Recognizing their language and culture would also reduce any separatist feeling within the group. Yeah, it works like that, doesn't it? When a group is discriminated against, it makes the group want to separate more and more. Ich liebe das Krankenhaus. So this is kind of restrictions of extent. The rise to minorities in 1848-49 Hungary was massively this reason why Croatian political leaders or Czech political leaders sided with Austrians, right? Yeah, or loves even. Alright, let's continue. We're only 5 minutes into the debate and I've been going on all sorts of tangents, as always, as I do. That is what happens when I react to stuff. Well, then, you know what? In my defense, you cannot just say that I just watched the video without any input and just, let it run and just respond with, oh my God, Jesus, etc. Okay? I think this is pretty transformative, all things considered. Minus the dog parts. The dog parts are just me being annoyed with the fact that my dog decided to scratch the wall for some reason with his paw in the doorway. Fido, chodź, Fido. Fido, chodź. Fido. Fido, chodź. Okay, he calmed down. Okay, let's continue.
That's very difficult because
But I feel like that's where like most people land. Most even, like not most.
Like I don't know. I had a guest over at some point, and there's this pillar in the room that sort of that there's those pillars in houses that sort of keep the roof. That there's a pillar that sort of supports the roof, and for some reason, when I had someone over, he just sat there and started hitting the pillar with his paw like a crazy dog. He just started punching that pillar over and over again. I was like, what are you doing? Are you trying to bury us alive? Like, he does a lot of things with his paws, I've noticed. Like, every video that I've watched said that dogs interact with the world using their mouth, primarily. But my dog does a lot of things with his paws. When there's something, like, under a shelf or under something, he reaches with his paws and tries to get it out with his paws. Okay, one moment. I'll have to stop him from scratching. Fido, chodź. Fido, shut, Fido. 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 Fido, shut. Fido, shut. Fido. Fido. Fido, chodź. Chodź, Fido. Fido, chodź. Fido, chodź. Chodź tu, chodź. Fido, chodź. Chodź, Fido. No chodź. Fido, chodź. Chodź, Fido. Siad. 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 Siad, Fido. Siad. Fido, siad. 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 Fido. Siad. Fido. Siad. Fido. Chodź, Fido. Fido. Chodź. Fido. Fido. Siad. Siad, Fido. Fido. Siad. Fido. Siad. Shut. Fido, shut. Okay. Shut. I'm teaching him how to sit currently. I tell him to sit, and whenever he sits, I give him a reward. And he listens to me more and more now when I tell him to sit. Ojej, mistrzu! Mistrzuniu! Bosie! Bosie! Ojej! No. Jesteś taki bosu? Nie, no co ty? No co ty mówisz? Jesteś mistrzem. Okay. Doggy ASMR. If dogs listen to ASMR, would just opening bags of dog food and topping cans? I think so. Well, can you hear him breathing? Dogs don't really sweat, so this is how he deals with being warm. Listen, people used to complain about me being too quiet on stream, about my microphone being too quiet, so I tuned it. But now you can hear my dog panting. That's the, that's the exchange. Is Fido okay? Yeah. Hello, Grey Yawn wannabe. Oh, I've not seen you here before. Or have I? It seems like you don't come here often.
I wouldn't say, but a lot of Western Jews are going to land in that position where they understand the legitimate security fears that Israel has in the current situation, but don't believe in an ethno-state. And so,
I don't believe that giving people a right to vote would pose a security risk. I just don't. I've been here before, but it's been a while. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm trying to build an audience of reoccurring viewers, so I hope you like the stream. I hope you'll enjoy yourself, and maybe I'll see you on the next ones as well. I'm trying to grow out of being a micro streamer into being simply a small streamer. It's my goal, my humble goal. Where are your glasses? My glasses are here, and they have been destroyed by my dog. He shattered the lens. So I need to get more new glasses, because those are just destroyed, which is expensive. In fact, extending civil rights often a way to integrate and dismantle security issues while maintaining segregation just yeah. It's been historically demonstrated that when you integrate people, give them rights, treat them well, they tend to not pose a security risk. Like, I'm surprised that people have not figured it out from all the events in known history. Only one lens. It is such a strange self-fulfilling logic. Yeah. This is how the Cossacks, by the way, separated from the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. This is why I say the noble class was stupid in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, because the Cossacks basically said, we're loyal to the king, we're part of this whole project country, but we simply want to be treated equally with the nobles. You know, we protect this country, we serve as its military, we fight we fight alongside you in wars. We should be treated equally. We should be treated like nobles. And nobles said, no, you're basically, we need you in war, but when there's no war, you're basically peasants. And the Cossacks said, well, I guess, screw you then. Like, I'm simplifying a little bit, but that is more or less what happened, you know? And that basically led to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth being crippled and disappearing from the map. Fear is the end of all streams, the destroyer, the one who finishes the sentence. He is the last one to bark, the first one to end all things, as soon as he can master opening doors. I mean, he already can open doors. He does the thing that cats do. Like, I tried locking him out of this room, but he just jumped at the doorknob and opened it. He already opens doors. So elitism caused the end of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Yeah, basically. Same issue with Hungarian Revolution and the freedom fight of 1848-49, yeah. The failure of the extension of civil rights towards Slavic speakers and communities within the Hungarian kingdom pushed those political groups citing to crush Hungarian independence movements. Yeah. And this is why Ukrainian people, when Polish people did their uprising, there were a lot of Ukrainian people that actually ended up siding with Russian forces, you know, because Ukrainian people thought, wait, this is a noble uprising. They're not fighting for us. Screw them. And it was understandable historically. Okay, let me continue then the debate. Like, I feel like there should be a lesson learned somewhere in the history that rather than giving more people more rights and freedom is good, and taking away those things poses actually a much bigger security threat than not. Ridiculous. I don't buy this argument.
I feel like there's a game being played by almost both sides in different directions, where everyone's trying to conflate Jew with Zionist.
Yeah.
And the basis that's being used, sort of, it feels like from you guys' direction, is, oh well, most Jews have a.
I don't like this conflation, by the way, and it seems like Women actually does not like it as well. Like, from what I've seen President Sunday do some reaction to Queeman. It feels like Queeman is not a big fan of this conflation as well.
Positive sentiment towards Israel. So if you say that thinking Israel should be an ethno-state is a Nazi position, then you hate Jews. It feels like is what's basically going on.
Well, where's this? Are you suggesting there's a majority of Western Jews who believe in a one person, one vote, one state solution?
No, I'm not suggesting. I don't know whether there's a majority. I'm saying a lot.
Hold on. What is he doing now? I have to listen to that again. You have to listen to that again. Like, he's demolishing things. Like, he cannot be demolishing thing in the house. He destroyed my blanket. It's torn. God. Okay, let's listen to that again. Feels like what he was saying now is that a lot of Jewish people do think that people actually should be granted voting rights.
Even a one person, one vote.
It feels like is what's basic. Israel should be an ethno-state is a Nazi position, then you hate Jews. It feels like is what's basically going on.
Well, where's this? Are you suggesting there's a majority of Western Jews who believe in a one person, one vote, one state solution?
No, I'm not suggesting. I don't know whether there's a majority. I'm saying a lot of people, I think, land on that position. A lot of those people who say, I have a positive feeling towards Israel, probably don't principally believe in the idea of ethno-states. especially not more secular liberal Jews. I'm imagining.
Yeah, I don't believe. Yeah. Fido. Yeah, but a torn blanket just makes it very bad. It just makes it very awkward for me to use the blanket if it's torn. Don't be dramatic. I mean, I have to. I don't have estrogen for the next few days. I won't have estrogen, so I have to be a bit dramatic.
I think my understanding of like most Western Jews as well is like when they say Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state, that the Jewish state implies that it's majority Jewish. Yeah, or at least Israel's
So
Israel's right to
what
exist
polling
would
is
imply
there?
that they're-
So what's the polling? How many Jews agree with the idea that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state? What's the polling there?
I hate the idea. I hate this idea of a Jewish quote unquote state.
Find my little thread on it.
Because the one I always see cited is the one where it's just positive feelings towards Israel, and people use that to completely astroturf and act like every Jew is a Zionist.
Okay.
That is actually a good point. I will praise Kwiman on this. A positive sentiment towards Israel is not the same as Israel being a Jewish state, quote unquote.
This might take me a minute to find it because it's on my.
There's a different concepts of Israel.
Is this French Jews I was talking about?
So with this
Jews.
Petri Club person, that helps.
Who's that?
I'm just saying what the @ you're replying to in the screenshot is.
Like that
No,
would
it's not
be
that.
a very.
This is a really old
People
one.
can have a positive. People can have a positive sentiment about Israel while holding a totally different idea of what Israel should be, rather than a Jewish
Was it a
state.
year ago I did this? What's this?
That's an okay point.
So it's around April 2024. Okay, it's gonna take me fucking ages. Maybe find the recent Pew one on Israel. That might be a start for America. Pew Research. American Jews. Israel.
I'm a bit surprised that Lonerbox does not have these things just on hand, right? Like if somebody's like is deep into a topic for at least more than a year, at least now, like you should have this information just on hand, right? Like if somebody follows the war in Ukraine, then probably you don't have to look up all the information. Some of it you just have, I think.
Okay, so this is Pew in April 2024. There are probably some inferences we can make here, but if you disagree with any of them, you can. I'll maybe send this to you.
Like this doesn't feel like a fleshed out position on, like it doesn't feel like he knows what those polls say and what the opinions are. It feels almost like he's learning these things right now. Like he's looking the polls up right now and he's just checking what the people are saying and answering in real time. And that worries me a bit. Like, I assume that if you're into the topic, you would do research about it and not sort of, go into it in real time on a stream. We have to be careful these pollings. I did talk with Ulysses how a national consultation using polling in Hungary to create narratives how much people support anti-immigration, anti-LGBTQ plus or now anti-Ukrainian sentiments. And you read some of those polling questions too. Yeah.
This is mostly about the war, but I think even if you look at where they're leaning just in terms of the war, I think it's probably safe to infer that most of these people are not going to be like one-stayers. So when it comes to even just like sympathy for the Israeli government, you get like 54% with a favorable view of this government, like which is probably one of the most right-wing governments, or the most right-wing government Israel's ever
Yeah.
had.
So I mean, or yeah. So I'm just saying, even under this, it's like, yeah, I'll agree. I totally agree that like a significant, probably at least half of Jews would be considered Zionists under the definition we're using right now. If you're assuming that, you know, what does it say? 62% of Jewish adults in the US see the way Israel is carrying out its response to Hamas as acceptable. If you're polling acceptable in April, it's
That's
April
worrying.
2024.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Just about
that's
a
a
year
little,
ago.
yeah, that's a little bit different. I don't know.
But I have to see the poll. I like to see the poll. I like to see the methodology again and the questions, because I don't know.
Super recent. I don't know. I feel like there's plenty of people who could have seen it as acceptable in April 2024 who aren't principally ethno-state supporters.
When you say ethno-state, though, like that's the thing I don't get, is because most.
What do you mean you don't get it? If you have a group that wants to be the majority no matter what, then it's an ethno-state. If you say that a certain ethnicity has to be dominant in a place, that's an ethno-state by definition. No?
If we're talking about most Jews in America, or even in France, Britain, etc., saying that they have favorable views towards the state of Israel and that they feel like it's an important part of their Jewish identity, like Israel implies Jewish state. Like that's very implied. It's going
So it implies an ethno-state?
to be a Jewish majority state, because the only Israel that's not a Jewish majority state is one that somehow has been fucking cooed by a minority, or it's one that's dissolved.
Wait. What? Wait, that statement makes no sense. How can a majority be cooed by a minority? Okay, if a minority cooes a majority, how is that majority no longer a majority? Where is he going with this example?
Somehow has been fucking cooed by a minority state is one that majority state, because the only Israel that's not a Jewish majority state is one that somehow has been fucking cooed by a minority, or
What?
it's one that's dissolved itself and turned into a single one state with Palestine. So I think I think Israel is kind of quite implied to be a majority
but when
Jewish
you just
state.
say positive feelings towards Israel, this is such a vacuous poll question. That's not saying. There's so many different things that we connected to that, where someone's got family members that are from Israel, or they've been to Israel at some point in their life, or they've they see Israel as like, I don't like what they do. I wish it could be one person, one vote, but I see Israel as like, I like the fact that the Jews have the ability to go to a state that isn't in the West, where we've been fucking holocausted before. There's lots of reasons that people can have positive feelings towards Israel that don't necessarily mean I think this country should be an ethno-state into perpetuity, right?
Yeah.
I think if the idea of believing in ethno-states, fundamentally, this is a fascist belief, right?
Yeah.
What? Believing in an ethnic majority?
Living in an enforced ethnic majority, enforced ethnic lines to maintain the presence of an ethnicity and supremacy of an ethnicity in an area. That's like a fascist.
Okay, so I'll
Yeah,
cut out a few
it's-
of those words because it really
As I will give credit to, I will give credit to women here. Yeah.
just means to preserve an ethnic majority, right? That's what it actually means. Not like
But that maintains.
Yeah, but when that is the language of people that want ethno states. We just want to preserve. That is the whole idea behind the Great Replacement theory. No, that people say we want to preserve the white race by not allowing us to be replaced by those people of color that are coming here and are gonna change the ethnic makeup of this country. The Great Replacement theory. Like, he's gonna fumble it. Queeman is gonna fumble it. Queeman is correct here to identify that someone can have positive attitudes towards various reasons. Yeah, of course, yeah. That is a good point.
The ethnic.
Don't worry. I don't want him to fumble it. I don't want him to fumble on this, actually.
Supremacy. Like if you've got anytime where you're going to be, any rules that you craft to maintain ethnic majority there are going to have a knock-on of ethnic supremacy. No.
If you mean supremacy in the sense that like you probably like the main
You're
ethnic group would
raised
have
above,
like
yeah.
more economic advantages and things like that. But when people say supremacy, I feel like they're always invoking things like fucking Jim Crow and shit like
Okay,
that.
well,
which isn't
I'm not
necessarily-
invoking that. I'm not like a retard
Okay.
lefty, so I'm not invoking that. I'm using very,
Okay.
clinical supremacy that is in one ethnicity will be raised up above the others in that society.
Right. So the question is what about if it's like inherently fascistic to want to maintain an ethnic majority in a particular area, right?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, to enforce that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, what the hell? It's just to maintain that it's not, you would actually have to say that people that scream about the great replacement theory have a point or something, right? Like you'd have to say, oh, it's okay for people to want to maintain a white ethnic makeup in certain areas because, people just want white people to be a majority here. What's wrong with that?
Does it matter why they want it?
Yeah, I think it does to some extent. That's why I say I understand. Like, I wouldn't necessarily call someone fascist for this position, right? Where someone says, I don't believe that it's possible to have a one state, one vote situation right now. I think that'll be a horrible safety situation for both people.
I don't think so.
Both peoples. So I don't think that's
I would have to
possible
need
right
an
now.
explanation
But
as
in
to why.
theory, I principally believe in one state, one person, one vote, right? That would be totally reasonable. That's like, yeah, you can't have these people living together right now, but there's no.
Oh, why not? Why can't you start introducing voting rights? Like you have to do it. Like if you always say we can't do it right now, it is basically the same thing as saying we cannot do it ever. That is the reality of the situation. Whenever you hear a constant, we cannot do this right now, we cannot do this right now, it never happens. Because the right now will always be right now. And if it's right, we always live in the right now. Like what is supposed to change? What is expected to change that will shift the situation so much that suddenly it'll be perfectly safe to give people the vote? Like the longer people are deprived of certain things, the less likely it will be that it will be safe to do it. Yeah. It's actually fascistic as fascists understand states as an organic construct based on the people, their makeup. If you don't give avenues to resolve things non-violently, then what do you expect?
Principal commitment to the maintenance of an ethnic majority.
Yeah, that's my position as well. Like it shouldn't be for its own sake.
Sure. But if you
yeah.
like let's say, so if most Jews believed no, we just want this to be for the Jews, and you said, okay, that's fascist. Even if most Jews believe that, would that make you anti-Semitic if you took that position towards them?
If someone said that they wanted Israel to remain like a Jewish majority state, like has a right to exist as a Jewish majority state, and I said that's fascist, then I would say that that's like, I don't know, it's not inherently anti-Semitic. I guess it depends on like how much you've kind of ignored to why you say it. But yeah, I think there is to some degree to have that like anti-Zionist position of this idea that like that it's like you can only want a Jewish majority state in that region because you're a fascist. If that's your only explanation for it, then yeah, that probably would be anti-Semitic.
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
because you have to deny a lot of Jewish history to believe that. Yeah.
So you're saying that so let's say someone in England says, I think England should be English majority and we should make sure it's always English majority. And I don't mean
Good that he is actually going in these examples, because what the hell? If people started saying Polish for the Poles, etc., would that be acceptable suddenly?
I don't mean English like, you know, civic English. I mean English like ethnic English. We should always be English. Would you? And I call them a fascist. Would I be Anglophobic?
No.
Okay. Well,
Because-
why are the rules different for the Jews versus the whites?
Because the Jews have had different rules for as long as they've existed. They've always been treated.
Well, I know. I
differently.
think
They've always
a lot of
been
people are
persecuted.
sick of
They've
that,
always
yeah.
been treated. Yeah. What?
I think a lot of people are sick of the rules being different for Jews. I was joking. I'm just pissing around.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, but that's the thing. Is like people complain about whatever they call like Jewish exceptionalism, or whatever. It's like, yeah, motherfucker. If a group is treated exceptionally, like by the entire world, whether
I
it's
do
Muslim,
think. No, I
Christian-
do think
yeah,
this
yeah.
is like retarded thinking. I think this sort of thinking does just fuel anti-Semitism more than anything.
Yeah, because wait, what argument?
The argument you're making right now.
Yeah.
You're making.
Yes, I agree with Queeman. 100%. I agree with Queeman here. 1,000,000,000%. Thank you. Oh my God, thank you. I was like listening to this and I was like, what? Oh God, you know what? He might have wanted to turn me into a lol cow, but he is redeeming himself here. Like, yes. God, yes. Like, oh yeah, these people are just exceptional. They've been treated exceptionally bad, so therefore, ethno state. What? What about Roma people then? This is so. What about Irish travelers? This is so stupid. I don't even know where to. Thank goodness. What about Native American? Like, I am glad he said that. That this feels anti-Semitic as anything. That Jewish people belong in this special category. Yeah.
Making like
Yeah, because
retarded thinking. I think this sort of thinking does just.
like by the entire
No,
world.
Yeah.
I
it's
do
Muslim,
think. No, I do
Christian-
think
Yeah.
this is like retarded thinking. I think this sort of thinking does just fuel anti-Semitism more than anything.
Yeah, it does
Yeah,
a bit.
because-
Yeah.
Wait, what
Sorry.
argument?
The argument you're making right now.
Yeah.
You're making like you're saying, well, Jews have been treated different, so they get special rules now. Sorry, guys, we're letting the Jews do extra now. You guys don't get to do it, but the Jews
what
do.
special rules though? What?
But you're saying that ethno-states are fine when they're for Jews, basically, right? That's the point.
Yeah, he did say that. I'm sorry, I don't know how to interpret it in any other way. Yeah, he did basically say that. Yeah, that there's this idea of Jewish exceptionalism, but they've been treated exceptionally bad, so therefore they get like Jewish people get to be like exceptional now and have an ethno state. Like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah. That's not good.
You realize I would say the same for Palestinians as well, right? Like if Palestinians got a state, I would be very fucking skeptical of someone who's saying that, yeah, they should just have open borders and allow any like migration group to come in and write out their majority as well.
So
Like a Palestinian
by
state-
that logic, black people in the US should just be able to carve out their own ethno state as well, and it should be fine. Black people should just be able to carve out a piece of the United States, slavery, Jim Crow, and all that stuff, like systemic racism, etc. The black people should be able to just carve out an ethno state of their own in the United States, and that should be fine. That's the logic. I would say that black people have been treated exceptionally bad in the United States. So by that decree, they should be treated like exceptionally good right now and get an ethno state. It's not good.
State. Why is it called a Palestinian state? Because it'd be majority Palestinian Arabs.
Right. Yeah. Sure.
Is that fascist?
Well, no, but the point is that you have a principled commitment to the maintenance of the ethnicity, right? Assumedly, the idea of starting a Palestinian state isn't this place is going to be into perpetuity, majority Palestinian, enshrined in law, majority
Yeah.
Palestinian. It's for the Palestinians forever. This is now their homeland. That no one else that you can't immigrate to if you're going to fuck up the ethnic makeup. You can't if you know it's that's not the idea that I think anyone's saying when they say they want a Palestinian state.
Yeah.
I think
That's
they're saying that the people there.
That's
like-
hard. How could you even advocate for that? It just blows my mind. How do we get from one person, one vote to, oh yeah, people should just be able to create their own little ethno-states? Hungarians had been oppressed by Austrians for hundreds of years. Therefore, apparently it was okay treating Slavic groups and other non-Hungarians within Hungary as a threat to Hungarian state. Here is the argument Lonerbach supports fascism, mixing state and ethnicity as essentially the same. Yeah, it's so bizarre. I think Queeman is doing pretty well pointing out certain things here. Like that is wanting ethno-states is pretty fascistic, one. And two, that it does feel a little bit anti-Semitic to say Jewish people have been treated exceptionally, so Jewish people should be able to just ethno-state now.
Now should have the ability to start a sovereign nation, to have a sovereign nation that is recognized.
That is actually a huge difference between... There's been a huge discussion in Ukraine as to what nationalism should be, what is nationalism, and there was a very aggressive Ukrainian nationalism based on ethnicity. Only Ukrainians that are ethnically, sort of like very purely ethnically Ukrainian can be Ukrainians. And then the idea that ended up winning in Ukraine is more like how should I, civil nationality. Like it's like you don't have to, there is not this purity thing. Like Zelensky is Ukrainian and Zelensky is Jewish, and people that have origins from other countries that are in Ukraine and are Ukrainian are very much Ukrainian, right? Yeah, basically anyone willing to be Ukrainian is Ukrainian. Yeah, basically. Yeah. And I buy into that same idea, to be honest. Like if people come to Poland, right, no matter where they come from, like I've met a person from Hong Kong, I think. He came to Poland, he was like, yeah, I really like Poland. I wanna, at some point, I'm going to try to get citizenship. I'm learning the language, even. Like, I like this place. And like when I hear a person say, yeah, I want to just live here and I want to have a citizenship, at that point I think, yeah, that this person is basically Polish at this point. Like, what else am I supposed to say? You know? If you want to be in a place and you want to be a part of that place, then you're part of that place at that point, right? There's a fine way to be a nationalist if the nationality is determined by the person's will to be part of the, yeah. It's at the moment Ukrainian nationalism is more based on the idea of resisting invasion no matter what ethnic identity one has. Yeah.
Just under international law. It's not saying they should get an ethno-state forever.
Okay, we're not talking about forever. Okay, let's say.
Well, we're not
Israel
talking about. Okay,
succeeded
so
in-
maybe I've missed a point I meant to make here. I'm sort of trying to shave off I think there's safety concerns right now, so I don't think there should be one nation.
Okay, what are the safety concerns? Like, I have to know what is supposed to change in order for there not to be those safety concerns. Those things require explanation.
As one vote, right? I'm shaving off that position, and the person we're talking about who is advocating for an ethno-state believes in an ethno-state for that people. Okay, not just for some limited time safety issue, but as a principle, they believe in the ethno-state.
Well, yeah, having it for its own sake when there's literally no other reason. If you live in a world where that level of discrimination and fear and persecution doesn't exist, then yeah, of course it doesn't make sense. That's why it doesn't make sense for...
It is the main difference between your logical statehood and apparently even lower boxes. Your understanding is a territorial political entity in relations to those who live within it or had been living in it. And this is why lower box statehood appears to be leaning towards fascistic understanding of organic state. Yeah, it's weird to me. My two best friends are from Vietnam. They have citizenship. They speak fluent Polish, and they've built lives here. They are Polish. They are Polish as well as Vietnamese. They're Polish as well as Vietnamese. That makes sense to me. Like it would be like I would not like when it comes to like when I think about them, it would be very weird for me to say, oh, they're foreigners, you know. That it feels very unnatural for me to say, you know. Yeah, they're Vietnamese, but they're also Polish, very much so. Rome is Israel's politics towards Palestine is that it's always sought to neutralize Palestinian movements without offering any viable alternative. Agreed, Estelle, and we have historical evidence how Israeli political leaders understood always that Palestinians themselves are a threat of Israeli statehood. Yeah, they're as Polish as any other Polish citizen. Yeah, they are, yeah. I don't really like the idea to being tied to a one particular place to begin with, but yeah.
The English, but obviously for the Jews, especially in the Middle East, that we're not in that world. We're not going to be in that world for probably most of our lifetimes.
So it is, under your perspective, totally fine if someone says, I'm a Jew, I believe in the right for Jews to have their homeland in Israel. I think Israel should be for the Jews, majority Jews, and no, that's not because I'm worried about safety right now. I am worried about safety right now, but also I just think it should be for the Jews forever. You would say, and then
obviously
if
I
would that be fine?
Yeah, that's fine to call them fascists for that.
Okay, because I think that's where a lot of people are coming at this from. I feel like that there's something that's happening is, I said essentially the same thing to you before, is people here say Hassan or someone talk about something like this, and then they get the response from the more lib side, and the more lib side is skipping 50 steps where it's like, well, I've spoken to lefties before, they actually think that it's fascist just to think that Israel should be allowed to maintain its borders for now and maintain the majority right now. They think that's fascist. So I'm assuming that when someone says it's fascist for Jews to want an ethno-state, what they actually mean is a tool and not the idea that a principled ethno-state should be maintained into perpetuity as a homeland for the Jews. So it's like there's like 20 steps between the points where we're at, where basically in your head you've already narrowed down.
I mean, if you want an ethnic state right now, then that just extends into perpetuity. Like it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work. Oh, we're gonna be a temporary ethno state. No, once a place decides we're an ethno state, it remains within that framework. Like how long does Israel get its temporary ethno-state status before it's time to move on from it? That just I don't buy that. It's just weird.
This statement about, or like you've excluded other motivations for this statement, that I think a lot of people actually do hold. That is their actual motivation for calling these things fascist. They do see...
Yeah, no, so I do consider a lot of different motivations. That's why that's why I don't say, oh, anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, because there are a million reasons you can be anti-Zionist that aren't anti-Semitic. That's the reason when it comes to someone like Hassan, I held off on, I used to fight people on my own server who called him anti-Semitic because I just didn't buy that conclusion. The more I watch
still don't buy
just
that.
how flagrantly he denies
I still don't buy.
at least concerns about demographics that actually are very valid right now for Jews in the Middle East, and
I still don't buy that conclusion.
The amount of denial that he does on Jewish history and like how like Middle Eastern Jews ended up in Israel. Then from after hearing like where he's coming from with that and like that whole crowd, like because this crowd is not saying keep your ethnic majority now until it's safe to get rid of it. They want Israel destroyed like fucking yesterday. So.
I mean, when is it safe? Like you could just continue this safety argument forever. Like, when is it time to move on from the ethno-state model? You can just invoke security concerns forever, and then you just end up with an eternal ethno-state. It's security concerns are a thing that you can just extend into infinity and beyond.
Well, yeah, I understand
that's
that,
why
but,
I think
but
it's
then,
anti-Semitic.
okay. So you think it's anti-Semitic to believe one person, one vote now?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So you think that is an anti-Semitic belief?
I guess I'm an anti-Semite. I'm a self-hating Jewish person, I guess, because I think one person, one vote is okay right now. So okay, you got me. You should debate Loner Box. I should do prep. And I should debate Loner Box on this.
Not just anti-Semitic in practice, but anti-Semitic in motivation.
I don't think it has to be in motivation. Mostly people have no fucking idea.
But you think because that would lead to the death of Jews in Israel, that's anti-Semitic?
That's not a guarantee, even.
Yeah. It would be like, here's the counter. Is like, let's say that Israel succeeds in their big project of like, they want every Jew to return to the homeland, right? So it's like, you've actually got like 16 million fucking Jews living from the river to the sea. And then they say, okay, well, since now we're basically like 2/3 or 3/4 of the population, even with the West Bank and Gaza, and they say, all right, now we'll do one state solution. Let's go one person, one vote. Okay, because it's 25% Palestinian. What are they going to do anyway? Israel already kind of has that. And then Palestinians say, wait, fuck off. Like, we don't want to just have, like, be brought into this democracy with the country that has treated us like shit for the last 75 years, just so that we can exist as a minority and not, like, live the way that we want to in our own different society. And they would actually rather have a two-state. I would not call them fascist for wanting that. I think they'd be very within their rights to oppose that. Do you?
No. So obviously, fascist. The part that I'm saying is fascist is the maintenance of the.
Yeah, ethno-state. I think this is a weird. Yeah, Ireland versus sad. I think enthusiast surfaces. It seems none to be static. Irrelevant the actual political structures and changes. It's very weird. Like it's really weird the automatic assumptions that giving people a vote would cause Israeli people to die, like as opposed to like keeping people away from being able to vote keeps Israeli people safe. I just don't understand this logic. Maybe I'm just too stupid for it. Let's talk about the requirements for the move towards a multi-ethnic Israel to take place. I mean we have to talk about it because if it's temporary, then there have to be conditions under which you do give people the vote, right? And you have to ask, what are those conditions supposed to be to alleviate those security concerns that everybody is talking about? Because otherwise you can just invoke them forever and never give people the vote.
Of the ethnic majority. I think ultimately that there's some calculation you have to do with the creation of the actual creation of a a nation where it's like there's some balance between the sovereignty of the people that are there, the international law that already exists, and like some moral consideration about like whether this should be recognized. And yeah, if there's like a huge population in a landmass that have a radically different way of wanting to live their life to the other people, then yeah, you would probably want them to have their own sovereignty to be able to.
So I think Lord Balls buys aristocracy's argument that the Israeli state has to restrict the right of return towards Palestinians, which is weird as well to me.
Distinguish themselves and not, kill each other basically. I totally agree with that, and I agree with the idea of, so you don't have to convince me on like Israel probably needs to exist right now. You don't need to convince me on that. I'm not like against that or calling that fascist. My issue is calling the people who think it should be one nation, one vote, person, one vote, calling those people fascist, the people that think it should be like that right now, calling those people anti-Semitic rather. I don't think that's necessarily anti-Semitic. I don't think usually we would look at, say, the outcomes for a country that is sort of representative of the people and say that if you have a policy position that would be bad for that country but isn't motivated by wanting bad on that country, you are then somehow bigoted against the people that are represented by that country. I don't see.
Okay.
We don't usually do that. I don't think that's a way we look at bigotry normally.
Yeah, which is why, like, even though, so let's say I have someone come over and they say that they want the one person, one vote thing.
Oh yeah, Netanyahu has to go. Netanyahu himself is a fascist with a fascistic cabinet, so... Yeah, like even people that are pro-Israel say that Netanyahu is a fascist, which should give you pause. I'm not sure if Flowerbox thinks that Netanyahu is a fascist, but I know a Jewish Polish war journalist that very much thinks that Netanyahu is a fascist, even though for the most part he is leaning pro-Israel. One moment, I'll go to the toilet. I'll be right back. I'll do my toilet thing, okay? In the toilet. Don't go anywhere else I might do my toilet things. In fact, invite your friends, family, and colleagues to the stream because this is a great stream, okay? And if you like what I do, then consider donating and subscribing. Toilet stream, yeah. You boogie. Highland seal. You boogie, Highland seal. You Highland seal. Highland seal. You boogie. I you boogie yabali, ayadi, would you go to Abadi? And what? Okay, I'm back. The anti-internet center. How could Bibi be made to go? I mean, ideally his term would just run out and he'd be out. I mean, people close to his cabinet have been saying Nazis did the right thing by genociding Roma people. Yes, we have covered this on stream.
I'm probably not going to call them anti-Semitic. I'm probably not even going to tell them I think this would lead to anti-Semitic outcomes, even though I do. I'd probably just engage with them on why they think that and if they've considered this or that or this or that. Yeah, that's generally why with the anti-Semitic thing, I have a quite high threshold for throwing that accusation out.
Sure,
so.
but it seemed like you were saying that position is anti-Semitic, one person, one vote.
If you want it to happen right now, it would yield anti-Semitic outcomes. Yeah.
Sure, but I wouldn't say that
so
makes
it's kind of like, does make it.
I wouldn't. We wouldn't say. I don't think we would say that for pretty much anything else, right? If someone said, like, what's a good example here? If someone in the UK said, "Oh, I think we should get rid of all the speech restrictions in the UK," you wouldn't then turn around to them and go, "Oh, so you're racist then?" Because that would lead to racist outcomes.
No.
Whoa.
But I don't think that's quite the same because. Well, first of all, with the speech restrictions, it's not quite as clear as just saying like, because one is like literally like abolishing a country. So.
Yeah, but I don't.
I don't think that's quite like a good analogy.
But
I don't think that giving people a vote is the same as abolishing a country. Maybe I'm misunderstanding something. I mean, it's abolishing the country sort of as it exists. It's changing the structure and makeup of a country, but it's not quite the same as utterly abolishing it altogether.
Yeah, I mean, well, where's the disanalogous? But I just don't see that we would ever usually do this. The idea that you have a belief that things in this era or in this way should be fair among all people, that actually means you're a bigot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I told you I don't think when people say they want a one-state solution with voting rights, I might think that it's like anti-Semitic as a position, but I don't think that the person
I'm just
saying
saying,
it
change my language here slightly. Then that we wouldn't say that's a bigoted position. We wouldn't say, "Oh, you want things to be fair among all people in this area." That's a bigoted position.
When they say they want it now, right? That's when they say they want to go right now into one person, one vote.
Yeah, I wouldn't usually say that's a bigoted position. Even if there's some potential negative outcome, I wouldn't state that's a bigoted position.
Do you think
Abolishing communist Hungary did not end Hungarians? Yeah, true. Astonishingly enough, abolishing communist Poland also did not end Polish people.
it would currently have would you say they would have bigoted outcomes?
Bigoted outcomes? I mean, there would be like hate crimes and stuff like that, but I don't know what would bigoted outcomes mean. There would be more ethnic and religious violence as a result of that. Probably, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I think that's...
Bonecox.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like, to say, like... But that's just kind of like going between whether or not you think someone opposing it, like, are they supporting this position which might lead to bigoted outcomes for a bigoted reason, like for a non-bigoted reason?
Yeah.
Well, then they're not bigoted, but the position might lead to bigoted outcomes. But is the position itself bigoted? Like, I guess probably not, because it would depend on where it's coming from.
Yeah, so I saw that's sort of
okay.
my issue is it feels like in these tweets like
Abolishing Czechoslovakia did not end Czechs and the Slovaks.
a couple times in conversations, you're saying that the position is bigoted. But I don't really see that we would ever apply that with other cases, with other ethnic groups. I think it's only happening because it's Israel. I don't think we would usually use this.
Yeah.
The way you're using
it would be
anti-Semitism, we wouldn't usually.
It would be
use it for
bigoted in like the
things.
most micro way. So I would say this if it were the case that, say, Israel did manage to get like 16, 17 million Jews between the river and the sea, and then they said one state solution. Again, they can say it's equal rights and everyone being treated fairly, but in a sense, like, that's to me that would be like an anti-Palestinian measure, like, because it would be. I probably wouldn't say it in that way to someone. I'm just saying it to you just because it's like a frank conversation. But like, I wouldn't say. But that's not the position I've been saying.
A frank conversation that's public and watched probably by hundreds upon hundreds of people, then you might as well talk like that to everybody. This is such a weird way to say, weird thing to say. Oh, I'm just talking to you like this, but normally I will not talk to people like this because this is frank. This is a public conversation. This would work if you'd say something like that to someone in private. Hey, I'm telling you this private because I'm being frank with you here in private. But publicly, I will usually talk differently to people. But if you're publicly telling someone, oh yeah, I'll tell you this, but with others, I'll act differently, then it's just, what? What? Like all those people that you will talk with differently will see this. So what's the point of doing the whole I'm talking to you like this now and I'm talking differently to other people if it's all public? It's so weird that the conversation in Lornbrook's and that I want to have is never about the practical consequences. It's always about some kind of nebulous risks. Yeah, I've noticed. I want to hear what those risks are, what causes those risks. Why do people being able to vote causes more risk as opposed to people not being able to vote? And how would you alleviate those risks to be able to give people the vote? Like, these are pretty important questions in my mind, rather than just saying, oh no, it's just impossible right now because of safety.
On Twitter or like on my stream or anything, I haven't been constantly saying that just because you say this, like I'm going to call it a bigoted position. It's just the split between whether or not the outcome makes it a bigoted position or not. So as far as I'm not doing it just for Israel, I'm saying it would be the same if it was reversed on Palestinians as well.
That might be the case. I guess it's hard to even talk. There's not as much scrutiny on the, ultimately you're out there defending Israel's actions because you're fighting with the lefties who are crazy on the other side, and so everything you're saying about it, I'm aware that everything you say about this, like you're always you're put in a position where you're more likely to say things that are defensive of Israel just because of the type of engagements you're having. So I can't look at something and say, oh, well, here's him saying the exact same thing for people saying things about Palestine. It's kind of difficult for me to get an anchor point there to know if you're like...
It's just like a hypothetical because obviously we don't live in a world where there's 20 million Jews in Palestine and then they can actually, and the whole region can become one state, yeah. But I don't know, I mean, last video I did was about the fucking offensive plan and how horrible that is, so the Zionists are very angry with me for that. But in any case, as far as what I was actually talking about that you were referring to on Twitter, that wasn't even about one person, one vote being a bigoted position. That was about specifically people saying that if you've even had the slightest sympathy with Israel, you should be treated like a Nazi. That was kind of where I came from.
Yeah, I know that's not where the original conversation came up from. I saw this part of it and I was like, the reasoning wasn't it was rubbing me the wrong way.
What reasoning? My one?
Yeah. Just you saying that it was mainly this last week. Might have to think about it more, but you probably would be. If the majority of Jews seriously wanted to kill and displace 5 million people, it would be justified to think there's something wrong with them, unless you think you can hate most Jews without being a Jew hater. Lol. So like this whole idea of like,
when I say there's something
like, so the example I immediately thought of was like immediately like let's imagine, I don't know what the stats are on this. I'm sure this isn't the fucking case. I'm just like struck hypothetical. I'm trying not to be a total fucking racist here, but it's gonna sound racist as fuck. Imagine like most Muslims were supportive of FGM. I don't know if that's the case worldwide or what, but imagine most Muslims worldwide support FGM, and you're like, dude, that's a despicable, barbaric practice. FGM is fucking, dude, that's insane. That's fucking disgusting. That's insane. You wouldn't be, I wouldn't call you Islamophobic for having that response. and thinking that anyone that practices that is like barbaric and disgusting, just because most Muslims believe in it. You know, I wouldn't say, oh, you're an Islamophobe. So the idea that at the end here you're saying, unless you think you can hate most Jews without being a Jew hater, it's like, well, yeah, kinda. If most Jews were like full-blown Nazis for Israel, like actual, like, you know, full-blown Nazis, then yeah, you could kind of have a negative impression of them without being a Jew hater. You could actually be a very liberal, progressive person, and you hate them because they're anti that.
Yeah, but you'd still be like that's again just this, like the semantics of like you hating, but you're still hating most Jews, right? Like so.
But that doesn't mean you have a. But that doesn't.
The way I say it is
that's
the way
stupid.
I say it is when I see fucking all these videos of Israeli settlers doing their fucking shit, and I'm like, oh God, if I actually did watch enough of this stuff, I probably would become anti-Semitic because it's like, you know, they keep on doing it with like.
Okay,
yes, because you're conflating hating behavior with hating an ethnic group. That's ridiculous. Like, should I hate all the Germans because of World War II now? By that logic? Shall I come to the conclusion that Polish people have the right to just hate all Germans? If you hate Nazis, if you hated Nazis, did you just hate the Germans? Is that it? Is that where we're going with this?
The thing is like, just hating most of a group doesn't mean you hate the group, right? And I think reducing it like that, I honestly don't really fully.
Okay, first of all, hating most of the group is hating the group, okay? But if a lot of the group is being Nazis or fascists, etc., then you hate their Nazi behavior. You don't hate them as a group. That makes no sense. You don't have to hate them as an ethnic group. Like if a lot of people in Germany were Nazis and you hated Nazis, it doesn't mean that you hated Germans.
Yeah, but this is like not how I've ever looked at this stuff. I've never heard other people really look at stuff like this either.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of people just conflate German Nazi, so that's also a thing.
Bizarre to go, oh, if most of a group hold this position, hold this belief, and you hate that belief, you therefore hate
the group.
This group.
That
so
makes
no. You don't hate the group.
You hate the belief.
You hate the belief and think the people who practice that belief, help put that belief into practice, are despicable.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean you hate the group. That's not the case.
Exactly. Thank you.
I don't think that's ever been the case.
Thank you.
I've never heard people argue that before. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know. I kind of hate evangelicals.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you. Does that mean you? But does that? Okay, so you kind of hate evangelicals. Okay, but if someone says they're an evangelical, are you going to treat them poorly? Are you going to? Do you have a negative disposition towards them, or
no,
is
I
it
wouldn't.
just?
But that's why the context of this tweet thread is different, because it's in the context of someone saying that if you've even had the slightest sympathy with Israel, you should be treated like a Nazi. In which case, it's like whoa.
Whoa.
But yeah, no, I know what you're saying. I know. That's why.
Whoa.
So yeah, like. Because it's the whole distinction is basically between whether or not you hate them because of that particular identity, like inherently, or whether or not you hate them.
Well, I mean, because it's not even you're not even hating the people. You hate a belief. You
hate
a belief.
Exactly. Thank you.
People who.
Yeah. See, Guiman is just repeating my sentiment.
See, there's a more complex argument with the Israel thing, I think, because the thing is, if you say. It's a very stupid, like that the phrasing that person's used. I imagine there's probably some fucking stronger point you could construct here. But the idea, any sympathy with Israel, well, I'm sure probably fucking most of the Jewish diaspora around the world has had some positive feelings towards Israel at some point. There's a lot of even if you want to take like the most, like let's fully accept the pro-Palestinian activist account of history and the world and reality. Even with all of that, as a Jew, you would be subject to atrocity propaganda or whatever that makes you feel like Israel is like this safe place. And at some point in your life, some point recently maybe even, you would have felt like someone would be like, oh, I'm glad Israel's there, because if that ever happens to us again around the world, At least that there's probably something like, oh, you've got a family member or whatever. So just from like the interconnectedness of the world and knowing people, knowing family, having connections to different countries, you probably as a Jew have had some sympathy towards Israel at some point. So you are basically writing off all Jews with that statement, essentially. So there is like a little bit of an extra, but there's probably a stronger point that you could make there, where it's like, if you've been supportive of Israel's actions since the...
Hello, not here. Thank you. Thank you for having the duckling thing.
The ground invasion, post October 7th, you should be treated similarly to a Nazi. Now, this one, I could probably construct. There's probably a bit more of an argument here that you're not being anti-Semitic there, because it's like there is an active. It's people, not just Jews, people who have had a positive feeling, expressed positive support towards a specific military action. At that point, it's not...
Thank you for the $15. What have I missed? I'm watching a debate between Queeman and Lonerbox about anti-Semitism and ethno states. So you basically just missed 35 minutes of that with a billion tangents. Yeah, with me going on a billion tangents. Also, I've left you timestamps. I've left you timestamps on the topic of the talks in Istanbul about Ukraine. Today I'm going to be doing a follow-up on that because the talks happened and, spoiler alert, they did not go very well. So we're going to be discussing that a bit today, hopefully. They ended... not even the talks did not even last 2 hours, apparently, and they ended in not a satisfactory manner, so... I don't remember the talk about Hungary. What talk about Hungary? I'm talking about Ukraine. Did I say Hungary? If I said Hungary, I apologize. The spy story. Have I talked about it? I'm gonna talk about it then. If I haven't talked about it, then I'm gonna talk about it. It's a whole thing. It's like a whole thing. Especially since now there's been a hypothesis has surfaced that Hungary might have planned to intervene into Ukraine at the start of the war, when Hungary believed that Ukraine would have collapsed. Yeah, the chatter who's Hungarian is here. It's Karasu. Karasu Kafka is Hungarian. Karasu has great insight on Hungary. Yeah. So that's a thing as well. I like to... Sorry, I'm bad with names. I'm the same. Don't worry. I'm also very bad with names. Apparently my ADHD gives me this thing where... apparently when you have ADHD, you can have some memory issues. Alright, let's continue.
Some vague feeling of sympathy. It's a specific, there is a position, there is a plan, or well, kind of a plan. There's a event being laid out in front of you. Do you support it or not? I've got a moral judgment about this event. Okay, I've got a moral judgment of you based on whether you support this event. And I don't see how that, like, if it was rephrased something like that, I wouldn't really see that as anti-Semitic. I would think, probably most people around the world who supported the Israeli military action on October 7th, post October 7th, probably aren't Jewish. probably the Jews are probably outweighed by people of other backgrounds, and they would probably still hate them all the same. So I don't see it as an anti-Semitic belief in that case.
If you add in all that qualification and just disconnect the person who said it from all the stuff that they say about Jewish history and everything else and Zionism in general, then yeah, that would probably be different. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
I don't
but
think
then
that-
this
I don't think
one
that's what I was
it feels like
engaging
I feel like
I wasn't
you
engaging
argue,
with that.
but this is the thing that I feel like you're arguing so often. Your arguments are about you'll argue something
Yeah.
based on like the statement, but the real argument is about the person. I feel like this happened last time.
It's
with
about
Noah
the
Samson.
statement. It's about the wealth of opinion that comes from that person, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we can look at a person and we can go, okay,
Carlos says we had been talking with Lucy about the spy issue. I sent her the source of that Ukrainian politologist who had stated a credible argument that at the start of Orban might had different idea of peacekeeping forces.
you're saying something
Yeah.
that could be benign, but I know you. I know you're a piece of shit, so I know that's not benign. But then,
Yeah, like I understand the context in which they're saying it. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. But it feels like you will defend the judgment of the statement more.
What do you mean? Like I would take the statement more literally, or the way? Yeah, you would defend the judgment of the statement because the person who says it is like saying it from a place that would like back up the opinion that it's coming from a bad place, rather than concerns about the war. Is that what you mean?
No, I'm saying like it feels like you will stake a position like, unless you think you can hate most Jews without being a Jew hater, you've staked that position on to defend your read of a statement, but it feels like you never even need to get to that argument because fundamentally your argument isn't about that statement so much. The statement could be totally benign. It's about the person making it and the fact that that statement has room to be malicious. And I know you're in that room because you're a piece of shit. That's what your real argument is. But you've instead staked this firm position that, oh well, if you hate most Jews, you must be a Jew hater.
Right.
I don't know. Like I feel like in that stage you get to a position where it's like the question is like, would it be okay to hate most of the Jews if they actually?
I
all
think we're
became-
going back to the hate Jewish people when Queeman clearly said here, you don't hate the people, you hate the idea, right?
genocide. I'm like, yeah, it probably would be, yeah, but fucking.
But it wouldn't be okay to be an
But this
anti-Semite.
is more.
Yeah, even if most Jews were
Yeah,
Jewish.
I know because it's not
Yeah.
an inherent quality to like. Yeah, it's not inherent to being Jewish like, to believe those things.
Yeah. And it wouldn't suddenly become it wouldn't suddenly become justified to turn around. And
Like
go,
if most Americans would become MAGA heads, it wouldn't mean that you just hate Americans now, right?
like, oh no, I hate Jews and Jews suck. It's because of their religion. It's because of their ethnicity. Yeah, it wouldn't be okay to suddenly turn around and do that just because most Jews are genocidal, right? That
Yeah,
would
I think
still
that's
be-
yeah. That's why I said at the beginning. I think that's fair. Yeah, like I get that, which is why I would come back to what was actually being said, which was this opinion that like sympathy for Israel or even like just being a Zionist in general should be akin to being a Nazi, which I just don't think is.
Sure. Did this come up in the Ethan Hassan debate? Did Ethan? I feel like or was it Ethan Sam Cedar? I can't remember. Didn't Ethan argue that if you hate Zionists and most Jews are Zionists and you hate Jews?
I don't like this argument.
I don't know if he said it in that way. I think the dispute was over whether or not like because I don't know what were they talking about. They were talking about how people like to hold up JVP as if they're representative of any kind of like majority or substantial part of Jewish opinion, which they're not. I think whatever they were saying, Sam Cedar said like it's dangerous for you to conflate Zionism with Judaism.
Yeah.
That was the whole thing.
It is.
That was like the
Or even the
essential core of
ethnicity.
argument that Sam was I can't remember what Ethan was saying, but I remember that was what Sam's response was.
Yeah, I felt like
It sounds like that's what you're saying as well, the
the-
conflation of Zionism with Judaism.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
Yeah, it feels like it's happening a lot. It feels like Ethan does that. It feels like that's going around right now a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, you should not do
Why
that.
why do you think Zionism and Judaism overlap so much? Do you think they overlap a lot? or-
No, I don't think so.
What do you mean? I mean, there's I think there's several reasons why Zionism and Judaism overlap so much. I mean, there's like the like obviously biblical reasoning, and then there's the
No,
more recent
I reject that they overlap. And again, Polish Jewish people before the war also rejected that. That is why Judaism never, like, that is why Zionism never took off in Poland before World War II, because there was no overlap. I reject that overlap. I'm conflating Lucy with Beautiful. There's no overlap there as well. There's no overlap of Lucy with Beautiful. Damn, Lucy, you really have been catering to my taste lately, lol. Have I? Does that mean that you'll be watching me regularly from now on and help me build a bigger audience? Or at least backed it up, kinda. Another Lucy wrong? No, that's not true. I'll be right back. I have to warm up a snack. We've been streaming now for 2 hours, a bit over 2 hours. So if you like what I do, if you enjoy the stream, why not join the page and consider donating or subscribing? I'm still not out of the hot water. I'll try, but you stream so early for me. What time zone are you in? I'm gonna be back. I'm doing my best to build an audience, okay? I'm doing my best to grow from a micro streamer to a small streamer. My goal is to become a small streamer. I'll be right back. I'm back. All right.
last century of historical reasoning, and then I don't really know what you're asking me, I guess.
Because the question is there's nothing artificial, there's nothing like forced about someone conflating Zionism with Judaism when they say most Jews would probably cross the threshold for being considered Zionists given their views on Israel. I think that's
I
probably
don't think
fair
so.
if you consider Zionist from like the actual definition, which is like right.
Yeah,
to
but
just
you
the state.
should. Yeah, but I
don't
that's
think
not the
so.
same as conflating Judaism with Zionism. Saying most Jews are Zionists is not the same as conflating Judaism with Zionism.
Well, that's what I would say as well, because I don't think Ethan or definitely not me. I don't think all Jews are Zionists. But when I say, so if I put forward a position, when I say that, like,
I like the reaction to that. Oh my gosh. Okay. Maybe I should debate Queeman. I should debate him on why he was trying to turn me into a lol cow. Should I do it? Write in the chat if you're still here. If all of you have not left yet, tell me if I should debate Queeman on our past grievances. Do it. Do it.
anti-Zionism is not inherently
I'm
anti-Semitic.
pretty sure it doesn't.
but
Okay,
popular.
I feel like Ethan, pretty. He doesn't say all Jews are Zionist. I feel like he pushed
Yeah, I hear.
90% as a figure at some point in one of those debates.
And maybe bring it up. But let bygones be bygones at this point. Maybe you can be cordial. I mean, I'm always cordial when I debate and talk to people. I'm rarely not cordial. I was cordial with Chad Logic, which is why I was not turned into a lolcow to begin with. Because I was cordial and very calm. Just another kind of Chad. It'll be fine. I guess.
And
Yeah.
I would have to go back and look. I'm pretty sure there was a point
Is Queeman on President Sunday's server?
where he said basically that fundamentally the way I came away from an argument he made, I think it's the one where Sam Cedar said it's dangerous to conflate the two. The way I came away from it was basically most Jews are Zionists. And he didn't say these words, obviously. Most Jews are
But is he on President Sunday's Discord? Apparently not.
Zionists. Therefore, if
So how would I even contact Queeman?
you're anti-Zionist, you're anti-Jew. That's basically how I came away from reading roughly the essence of his argument. So I thought there is a conflate. It feels like to me. I have to go back and look for the exact wording. I forgot that. I didn't think to bring this up with you specifically today. But yeah, it does feel like there is a conflation happening there, and that is the point where it's conflating. Where you are making the argument that you taking baseline anti-Zionist positions, believing in one person, one vote or whatever, that is inherently anti-Semitic because most Jews are Zionists, and therefore, if you're anti-Zionist, you're anti-Semitic. That feels like the reasoning we've fallen into in a lot of the discussion right now.
Okay, well, so I don't believe that personally.
I mean, there are things that I criticize Queeman for, including trying to turn me into a lolcow, but he's doing well here. He has been saying arguments that I've been thinking as well, so he's been saying out loud at times what I wanted to say, so you know?
Just the way I put it is that Zionism is not inherently anti-Semitic, but typically today, the popular anti-Zionist movement and their beliefs and actions, there's a Venn diagram between anti-Zionism and Semitism.
Yeah, obviously.
Like,
Yeah.
and I think that can come from the left, it can come from the right, and I think it does in both cases. Yeah. And I think it's something that anti-Zionists don't really like to address because they just keep saying.
I've been starting to watch That Domain too. Maybe he's gradually coming out of his transphobia. Maybe. That Domain is a really good channel. That's what I mean when I say that Queeman is a liberal. He's an actual liberal.
Stop conflating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. Like you're the one making Jews unsafe by commenting on the fact that it's like, of course, like Jews and Zionism, because of their entire history, have like that is going to be connected. There's a reason for that. There's a reason that these two things are like connected quite closely. Yeah. Whereas people will say like Zionism has nothing to do with Judaism, which is kind of mental. Yeah.
It doesn't.
No.
No.
Well, yeah, it's obviously absurd to say that Zionism has absolutely nothing to do with
No,
Judaism.
no, that's silly. That's like you have to understand what the roots of Zionism is. The modern one, the you know, the Herzl one. It was not rooted in Judaism at all. It was rooted in nationalism. It was rooted in the idea of creating a separate national identity, like. Before Herzl, the Zionism was rooted much more in religion and the idea of going to die in Palestine, this romantic idea. But no, that's the fact that Herzl has pretty much divorced Zionism from religion is why the old guard of Zionism actually hated Herzl and said that he was just co-opting the movement and make it all about himself. Like, this was a big shift. Like, people tend to forget that Zionism did not start with Herzl. There was a version of Zionism before Herzl, and there was a version of Zionism that Herzl has popularized, and the people before him, they claimed he co-opted it. He took it over and centered it around himself again. I'll repeat. I hate Gen Z. Yep, Herzl was coming from Neolog Jewish family and had no really rooted his identity on Judaism at all. Yeah, that's right. If I need any more of a reason to think, what would you describe his stance as? Damn. Damn.
That's like, that is totally absurd. I suppose, so
Okay.
the thing I'd say is, I agree that the lefties don't want to address, pro-Pally lefties don't want to address the fact that there is underlying anti-Semitism, or that they fall adjacent to anti-Semitism a lot of the time, because they feel like any looking around or self-scrutiny weakens their case or cause or whatever.
I mean, I'm
So they
perfectly
just allow
fine
it
discussing that.
to keep going. I agree with that point, but I think that what happens when you have people firmly stating like the perspective that if you're against Israel or against Israel being an ethno-state, you're in some way anti-Semitic. I think when that position is being argued,
Then
I suddenly understand the lefty argument more, that people making that argument are creating a dangerous situation for Jews, because I think any time you attempt to link Jews in Western countries so directly to Israel, you are baiting essentially blowback in a way. I think the conflation between, or the linking of Western Jews to Israel so strongly, I think does create a dangerous environment. I think that is people start seeing. I think this is pretty historically proven that when Israel do crazy shit,
I'll be the EU Army's strongest soldier. I agree Equipment probably doesn't read a lot, but I don't see how that describes his stance. I think Zoshelix meant loner box.
anti-Semitism in other countries increases. So I think the more you link Jews in other places to Israel, you're worsening that.
Yeah.
I think Ethan does that pretty badly.
Interesting.
I think so. I think you should not link Jewish people living in other places with Israel, especially since many there are Jewish people living in different places that just don't feel any connection to Israel. They feel connected to the place where they live.
I'm guessing we would say the same with groups that call themselves like Islamic, and then they do like ISIS shit.
Yes,
They're making the world unsafe for Muslims. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I think the one difference is if we get to so one of these polls is like 65% of British Jews describing themselves just as Zionists, like flat out. I guess the question is, if linking Jews to Israel is dangerous for Jews, at what point is it also safe to say that 65% of British Jews are making things themselves unsafe by identifying as Zionists?
Yeah, but that's a personal choice that they make. Ultimately, it's not. They're not making themselves unsafe as Jews. They're making themselves unsafe as Zionists. They are choosing to support the foreign policy of a country.
I agree with that.
That has huge negatives for the people affected by it, potentially huge positives for the people enacting it. You are choosing to advocate for that position, and you are saying, "I advocate for this position, come what criticism may." That's
you have to support Israel's foreign policy to identify as a Zionist. You can be the biggest fucking government hater.
Okay, sure. Well, I suppose I literally whenever I think using Zionism personally for me, using Zionism to describe people who believe in just temporary two-state, they need to be safe, etc. The position we discussed before. I think using Zionist for those people is kind of a retarded Zionist definition. To me, Zionism does require some this land was promised me 4,000 years ago, or I should be able to expand out in this land. There's got to be something else there where you principally believe that land belongs to you in some way.
But why? This wasn't the case when obviously when Zionists began. It wasn't about the land being promised to them or anything. It wasn't religious.
Wait, hold on. What are we talking about? Which beginning of Zionism are we talking about? Because again, there was a completely different Zionism before Herzl, and a completely different Zionism emerged with Herzl. So, which beginning are we talking about?
And not to have to be religious. I'm humorously presenting the idea of entitlement to the land, belief that they should be the dominant ethnicity there.
Yeah, but that's the problem, though, right?
Because there's a difference.
But Zionism is defined that way.
Well, I don't know whose fault is that.
I think it's people who mischaracterize Zionism. No.
No.
The fact that Zionism can be a broad church, all the way from the crazy revisionists and settlers.
No, of course, that's a core element of Zionism as Herzl has spawned it, transformed it. Why does Lonerbox think that the moment Herzl proposed to create a country for Jewish people somewhere else than Palestine, it caused a literal split in the movement during Herzl's lifetime? Lonerbox, I assume, knows this because he has read on the history. So, how can you say that it's not about this particular place being promised to, that it's a mischaracterization of Zionism when the Zionist movement was adamant? No, it has to be this specific place that is our promised land, that is our place that we need to be in. How can you say that? Also, I would remind that when Herzl was dying, he came to the conclusions that Zionism has failed and that Jewish people don't actually deserve it to begin with. So,
Labor lefty ones who want a two-state solution, like the fact all these people are Zionists, like all of them.
Well, I mean, I thought you can do this for like every.
yeah, I just said the moment Herzl proposed the different places, the movement split in half. Because there were people that were just arguing adamantly that it has to be that place. You know? Like that's like, yeah, Herzl did toy with other locations, but he had to back off of that real quick when it caused a huge split in the movement. When importantly, all these cases would have involved colonialism and displacement. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. It was very colonial in nature. Indeed, it was. Yeah.
The hot button political word, no? They all get bastardized.
Yeah, but
Everyone's
I
a
think
racist,
Zionism-
everyone's a Nazi, everyone's a Zionist, everyone's a. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but I think Zionism gets bastardized mostly by the people who are like the anti-Zionist types, because they try to make Zionism always like it has to have like the
I don't
worst
think that's
implications
necessarily
of
true.
the
I
movement.
think people on the other side are motivated to expand the definition of Zionism too, because they catch more people and manage to bring them in and support the idea with them. I think there's a motivation.
That's not historical though, right? Because the
What is
political
historical?
Zionists, like the first ones, even back to the ones who opposed the initial evictions in the 20s, like the most basic, like just buying land opposed
Hold on.
the initial evictions in the 20s. Political Zionists, like the first, that's not historical though, right? Because the political Zionists, like the first ones, even back to the ones who opposed the initial evictions in the 20s, like the most basic, like just buying land and evicting the tenants, even the ones who opposed that, like they were still Zionists. The ones who, Chomsky at one point was a Zionist because what he wanted was like Palestinian workers and Jewish workers to form their own little socialist state in Palestine. Like that was still Zionist. So no, it's not Zionist.
My issue is
has always
okay.
been broad.
Here's my problem. Sure, here's my problem is that it's not a Zionist position to like come to a situation where there are people who have like any situation where there are people who have been born here.
I think I read that part of the book on stream because I started reading the 100 Years War on Palestine on stream. I think I still have it on my computer. I started reading that. We did reading of that on stream. I think the quotation of the letter was near the beginning of the book actually.
This isn't just settlement saying, well, this isn't just people coming from, European countries and going over there and, buying land from rich landowners. It isn't that. People are already there. You've come to the situation, someone born in the last 30 or so years, and there are people there who have been born very recently too. That's all they know. You come to the situation, you think, okay, there are people in this area. We shouldn't displace people. We should come up with the best solution for the people in this area so they can have maximum sovereignty and self-determination and safety. That's not a Zionist. I don't see that you would label that as Zionist. Labeling that as a specific thing seems insane to me, and it feels like it's just trying to get people on board with some specific project. When that's not, I think, most people's outlook. I think that's the general outlook that people should have or do have in, like, at least liberals, when they come to this sort of thing. I think that the general outlook is you come to the best situation for the people that are there right now. Regardless of any history, you try and come up with the best solution for the people that are there right now. And labeling that as Zionist is absurd to me. To me, Zionism has to have some specific principled belief in the state of Israel as a Jewish state, at least, at bare minimum. Principled belief in Israel as a Jewish state. It can't just be, I think right now, these populations can't mix, but I believe, that doesn't make any sense to me. That you would label that as a specific thing, when that is just like it's the baseline liberal worldview to any conflict where people are being displaced. It's not a specific thing. It's just we need to come up with the best solution for these people right now.
I don't really know what else to say apart from what I've already said, so I'll just say it one more time, which is just the fact that, like, this is what Zionism was from its inception. It was always a broad church. It was always people arguing about whether or not there should be.
But there's a difference.
I'm not sure what they're gonna be arguing about for the next hour, to be honest.
Or less expansion.
That's the thing, is that you can say back 100 years ago, that's what Zionism was, but Israel was not fucking founded 100 years ago.
Yeah, but even now it is, right? Like, even within Israel, like, they're in Israel, the people will fight over whether or not they want to unilaterally just opt out of Gaza and the West Bank and just give it all back, and that's 2 states, and then we've got ours, they've got theirs. But if they want one vote at some point in the future and it's safe, we'll do that. Those people will call themselves Zionists. That's what 90% of the country calls themselves Zionists, even though it's very broad.
But then at this point, you're just saying, yeah, it is bastardized. Yeah, the term is bastardized. I like the bastardized version.
It's not bastardized. That's what the term's always meant. That's what the term's always been. It's always been just that one baseline.
So anyone that thinks that Jews should be in that area at all, even if they think it should be a socialist worker state of Palestinians and Israelis.
No, that one is probably not the case anymore. But you said the baseline being Jews have a right to exist as that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state, even if it's like for the foreseeable future, like that. Yeah, that's still a Zionist position. Yeah, because the way I see it is that there are 2 camps that are really like the big kind of issue and the big conflict in the Middle East with Israel is that there's the one side that thinks Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state, whether it's inherently or forever or temporarily. And the other side that wants Israel destroyed.
If you believe right now that it's just so ridiculous. If you believe
that's the conflict in the Middle East.
If you believe right, I understand, but that's not the conversation in West countries. If you believe that Israel has a right to exist right now in a way that is safe for its people, okay, but fundamentally you principally believe in anti-Zionism. You believe that Israel, fundamentally, it should not be an ethnic state. Jews do not have a right to that land for it to be an ethnic state for them, into perpetuity. They do not have it right. You would be fundamentally anti-Zionist, even if you don't believe in the immediate destruction of the state of Israel. You would fundamentally be anti-Zionist. So calling that a Zionist position, that you believe that there is a temporary need to not have these populations mixed, but fundamentally you're against an ethnic state, to call that a Zionist position is ridiculous to me. We're not in the same position that we were in the fucking 1920s. There aren't Jews moving over there right now to try and set up a state. It's not back then saying, yeah, Israel should exist at all, and calling that Zionist, that makes sense, because it's not fucking founded yet. You're saying it should be founded. That makes sense to me. Calling it now, saying now, there are already people here, they shouldn't be displaced, they shouldn't be killed, they shouldn't have their borders dropped so that everyone from surrounding countries can come in. They saying that now, that's not a specific thing. That's just a baseline liberal outlook to how population should be treated. That's not a specific thing. You could still be anti-Zionist even if you believe that those people shouldn't have their country stripped away from them right now.
Yeah, okay. And I'm saying that if you want to hold that position, like you want to say that, because that's basically my position. My position is
who joined in the call?
All the way up until it's no longer an issue in terms of safety. Like, once the safety issue's gone, then just, open borders, do whatever the fuck you want. But if you take that position, people who are on the anti-Zionist wing are going to call you a Zionist. Right?
I mean, Lonerbox said in this conversation that Jewish people deserve specific treatment.
Okay, but that doesn't mean I have to call myself a Zionist. That doesn't mean I'm going to
you don't have to.
That doesn't mean I'm going to go, oh, yeah, I'm a Zionist, guys. I freaking love Israel. No, I'm going to be like, no, fuck Israel, but also you guys are fucking insane. But it's like, I don't see the need to suddenly coalesce into a fucking, like a Zionist versus anti-Zionist camp when... I don't.
Yeah, he said because Jewish people have been historically treated exceptionally, then therefore Jewish people deserve exceptional things.
I agree with either position.
Yeah, you're at both sides. You're welcome to the club.
Okay, but it feels like I worry a little bit. I feel like you've been pushed into the Zionist camp. I feel like you've done the thing that why I left the left, but with anti-Zionism, all the anti-Zionists are fucking insane assholes, and you've been pushed into this camp where you're defending things that I don't think you otherwise would.
Like what?
It feels like
it's no national.
Sort of pulled teeth to get through this Zionism bit, where it's like I thought it's a pretty common outlook that the people there should have the best situation for them right now, but fundamentally I don't believe in an ethnic state. I thought it's a very common outlook, but when I first pitched this to you, you seem to be saying, Oh, no, that's Zionism. You're part of the club. You're a Zionist.
So I think
No,
in every
no.
meaningful sense, of practicality, it is Zionist because, like, it's only in the sense that this future where the Middle East is so unrecognizably changed, so that Jews can live as a minority in one of these countries and actually be safe and be equals.
I mean, if Box would be consistent, then he would have to say that black people in the US should be able to just carve out a piece of land and call it like the ethno state for black people because they've been treated badly. And yeah.
Like, that's just not happening anytime soon. So it's just weird that you would convince yourself to, like, a proper, like, an anti-Zionist.
This is like saying it's a capitalist position to think we shouldn't have a communist revolution right now. It's like that doesn't necessarily mean you're capitalist, does it? Just because you don't think it should be a violent communist revolution right now.
Yeah, like when you get like reformists who are just like, oh yeah, I'm very anti-capitalist, but I just don't see any like form of it happening right now. But then it's like, yeah, then some people who like, if you're capitalist until a better system comes along, then yeah, you kind of are a capitalist, right? Like, yeah, you're not married to it, but until the foreseeable future, until something actually comes up, then you might as well be, right? What's the meaningful difference?
Okay, so you would say Ethan is a Zionist.
In the sense, yeah.
So wait, so when they were all calling him a Zionist, and he was getting mad about that, he was unjustified.
Whoops.
No, the problem is that the word Zionist gets butchered. Like, people shoehorn it into thinking that you support the government and the settlements and the expansion. So if you're going to like the typical, like, Western online definition of Zionism, then yeah, that's like they conflate Zionism with like Kahanism. That's what they think it means. But
I don't think that's true. I don't think they necessarily think it means the most extreme version every time, but they were calling him a Zionist. It seems like you agree.
Yeah, I mean, if you think Israel has a right to exist now as a Jewish state, and if conditions change, then that right would go away because of, like, if the safety issue is gone, then you can say
we should discuss the safety issue, actually.
Most people see you as a Zionist because that's the world we live in now. Yeah.
Well, no, not most people see you as. You think he is a Zionist.
Yeah.
So what was the problem with him being called one?
Because I don't think Ethan or the people attacking him necessarily agree on what they mean by calling each other Zionists. Like, that's the problem. Like, that's just why I do it as well. Like,
well, I mean, loads of people online don't agree on the definition of Zionism. Like, there's going to be a million different definitions if you ask a bunch of different people, but or like their perspectives on it, whether they view it as like the most extreme version or if they've got a more variety on it. There's going to be a huge variance in internet commenters and content creators between exactly where they land on that. They're all spectrums ultimately. So I don't understand really where it feels like the initial grievance there was he's being called a Zionist. He's not a Zionist. He's actually very anti-Israel. He's very pro-Palestine. But no, now we're saying he's not. We're saying he's Zionist.
Yeah, well, this is where according to the way I understand Zionism, which is...
LB is doing some enormous level of mental... Yeah, he is. Like, this is weird. That's a pretty simple question. Yeah, if he's one, you just said he was one, then what's wrong with calling him one? Well, it's because...
Just believing that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state. It doesn't have to be permanent, doesn't have to be an inherent right. That's how I think it means. Because, like, that's, to me, what it's always meant. Like... and it's what it's always meant to the people who are closest to it. And it's also in terms of the Middle East, not in Western discourse, because I think it's quite confused. But in the Middle East, that's what the conflict is. The conflict is the ones on one side who think Israel should be allowed to exist, and the other side who think it should fuck off. That state should not exist.
True.
So
you're right.
That's how I see it. I think it's the simple answer as well, which I think is the best way. But with Ethan, the problem is that, at least between him and Hassan, I think when Hassan defined Zionism, I think he described it as like a religious, ethno-supremacist, exterminationist, expansionist. I think, yeah, of course you're not going to call it.
I don't think it's religious.
Well, yeah, I don't think Hassan was calling him a Zionist initially, right? Not when this started.
No, that was his audience, right? Because obviously, but that definition that Hassan gave of Zionist is like, yeah, of course you don't want to be called that. Yeah.
Sure.
Sure.
And I don't think you are, even though I consider your position that Israel has a right to exist now as a Jewish state, at least until conditions change. I would consider that Zionist, but I think most of the anti-Zionist crowd would, when they think Zionist, they think it has to imply all the other things, because they think a lot of these actions with Israel are inherent to it. They think a lot of the excesses are like like Israel is inherently exterminationist. It was always going to do the Nakba, regardless of what the Arab leaders were doing, or it was always going to do the 67 war. Like it was always going to do these things, regardless of what anyone else was choosing. That's why I think there's the disconnect, maybe. And it goes the other way as well, you know, like if you support a Palestinian state, lots of far-right Israelis are like, well, you're not a Zionist because you're just going to allow a Hamas stand in the West Bank and then they'll just destroy Israel in the 9-mile wide strip and shit. So yeah, it's fucking stupid. That's why I don't like it's just, yeah. Arguing over what is and isn't a Zionist in Western circles is a pretty fucking shit show.
You're part of the Western circle, though. Loner Box. You're part of the Western circle.
Sort of unrelated.
Aren't
Who
you?
do you think is worse?
Or where do you live? Where do you live? Where do you spend your most of your time? You live in the West, and you interact mostly with the Western perspective. You are part of the Western circle, right? Like I could understand if Loner Box went to Israel and sort of was there for years on end, and was like, oh yeah, I'm here, and it annoys me as to how this is described in Western circles, but as we speak, you are part of the Western circles. You're not separate from the Western circles. You are part of them. No? Am I wrong?
Cool. Good answer.
Yeah.
Hassan or Asmongold?
Probably Asmongold, yeah.
Okay. You're still with us. You're still with us. That's good to hear.
Asmongold.
Sounds pretty bad though, you know?
Yeah, look,
He's funny.
Hassan's pretty bad, but unfortunately he's funny, and also everyone else is getting so much worse around him. Like, sure, okay, here's like, this is a totally unrelated conversation. Shifting topic, I try to know what you think about this sort of thing. I used to hate Hassan. I used to absolutely, I totally get why people look at Hassan and seethe. I can't bring myself to do it at this point. Every other, like, the biggest political streamer now is Asmongold. So even on like a reach argument, the idea that, oh, Hassan's got so much more reach than everyone else, so he can have so much more of a negative effect, that's kind of fallen flat, because Asmongold totally rapes someone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And is worse than him in terms of commentary significantly, because like Hassan won't sit there and just cheer on Americans' rights being taken away day in, day out.
That was in the intro.
Will. So that's, you know, immediately I'm less sympathetic to Asmongold. You know, there's obviously some streamers have been exposed as being pedophiles or sex pests, borderline, you know, consent violators, some would say.
Yeah.
It seems like everyone else, like, who is better than Hassan right now? Or who is worse than Hassan right? No, who is better? Yeah, who is better than Hassan right now of his level? Like, who is there?
In streaming or commentary or
in streaming, yeah, in streaming or political, anything that's not. So it has to be not like non-mainstream, alt media of around his size.
In alt media, I mean,
Influencer media.
Definitely prefer people like Pac. Well, I can say myself, can I? I can say you.
We're not.
I have more faith
we're
in
not
you.
Hassan level.
The-
Okay, let's.
No, yeah, they're
Okay,
like,
level, okay,
like
level.
if you say Hassan level of size, then Loner Box does not make the cut. Loner Box probably thinks Hassan is worse than Destiny.
Okay.
Around that range, they've got to be in that sort of caliber, you know, of
Pac-Man.
big.
Pac-Man's a million times better. Brian Tyler Cohen. That fucking
See,
yeah, David Pac-Man.
Pac-Man and Brian Tyler Cohen.
Yeah.
Is Sam Cedar at a comparable size as Hassan?
These guys aren't. I understand they're like better informationally. They can't do what, you know, Hassan does. You know, David Pac-Man would never tell someone to kill themselves. Brian Tyler Cohen
Okay.
would never
They're both dropping massively. in
Make-
favorability.
make a joke about Rick Scott getting killed for Medicaid fraud. Yeah, these guys, they wouldn't do that. You know, I feel like there's something that Hassan captures with younger audiences or even just like not even young, with all audiences at this point. Side thought here. I feel like the thing people want more than anything right now is people who hit back. You know, they don't like.
Yeah, but that's a question of popularity. Capturing something with an audience is that's just a matter of popularity, right? It speaks nothing to whether or not someone's a good or bad creator. Like, there are many people that are capturing something in an audience, but their beliefs and messaging and everything is horrible. So I'm not sure that's if that's really a criterion that we want to take. Or is it?
David Pacman's, who will just sit there and, oh, I'm the bigger man. I'm the lib. I wish we could just all be civil and respectful in politics. No, they like Trump, who makes fun of a disabled guy and does like retarded arm movements and laughs about it. You know, like that's what they want. And Hassan can capture. Hassan does that. Asmongold does that. You know, Destiny obviously does that. Hassan can do that. Brian Tyler Cohen, David Pacman, none of these guys can do that. You know, Fuentes does that. Fuentes is probably the best at that.
There you go.
No one else can do. I don't see the other lefty options that aren't total pieces of shit, that have decent viewership, that can actually, you know, operate in the media in the way that.
How much is decent viewership though? How much of a viewership goes from bad to decent?
An influencer needs to. Like
Letterboxd reaches 1,000 viewers regularly. Is that a decent viewership or is that weak viewership? Like, Letterboxd is not huge, but he regularly has 1,000 viewers watching.
So what you're telling me is that you're as a lost left-wing edgy youth like yourself.
I'm gravitating towards Hassan. Yeah,
you're looking for your Joe Rogan.
I need my Hassan. Yeah, my Joe Rogan left. Okay. My Hassan's take
Listen,
place.
It's really funny that you're saying that though, because because from my perspective, in a way, on the one hand, I should be kind of annoyed at Hassan because I think he takes like those left-wing urges and just takes them and puts them through a fucking conveyor belt and turns them into the most useless, retarded, fucking terror-simping like shits. Right? So, and at the end of the day, what are they doing? They're not fucking doing activism really.
Oh yeah. So
like,
okay, great point. No, this was another thing as well. This was another thing I was thinking about the other day. I don't understand like what people are even worried about happening with Hassan. Like he says Houthis are awesome. Okay, Hassan says that. What do you think? Hassan audience members are joining the Houthis? That's not fucking happening. There's no way they can vote to send money to the Houthis right now. They can't just go and like, you know.
I mean, you never know. You never know. Maybe one day. You never know. Never say never.
There isn't some imminent policy coming up where the government's thinking, oh,
no, Trump is starting to respect the Houthis. Yeah, they have like a. Didn't he do a truce with the Houthis, saying that you cannot attack American ships, but Israeli ships are fair game, or something like that? That happened, didn't it? I'm not wrong to think that happened. I'm gonna go to the toilet again. I am using testosterone blockers that cause you to pee a lot, so I have to go to the toilet a lot, unfortunately. Invite your friends, family, and colleagues to the stream because things are going. I don't. All right, I'm back. Once again, I have returned. What a long debate. I just think that calling what Hassan does journalism is a stretch. A big stretch.
We'll send a bunch of money to the Houthis and help them out. Maybe we'll set them up.
At least when it comes to the Houthi interview. Like, he did some good thing with the firefighters, etc. So, you know, it's there are good things and bad things.
That's not happening right now. So, what real life consequences are you really worried about from Hassan's audience? Because I don't see that they do fucking anything.
Yeah, this is why. So, okay, for me, I'm in two worlds. So you can tell me which door to go through. So, on the one hand, I sometimes think, yeah, maybe like it's just entertainment for me. Like maybe I shouldn't really care in terms of any kind of consequence because Hassan is actually really good at being a counter-revolutionary. People don't realize this. He pacifies people. He makes people who probably read Marx in fucking first year uni. They get their revolutionary impulses and all that, and then it all just gets satisfied by them watching him on fucking stream and then. You know, Hassan's not an activist. He's never going to be. He only just justifies his fucking hedonism the whole time. So he just takes them and just makes them politically fucking useless and sterile. And all they'll do is just they'll build up some power on social media, and that's it. So that's one thing. On the other hand, I'm like, well, shouldn't I still be annoyed at him then? Because as a left-leaning person, like a social democrat, and Hassan is kind of a social democrat on Tuesdays and Thursdays, depending on which fucking person's in front of him. Then I'm like, I don't really appreciate someone taking the youths and fucking like turning them into like total shitheads, you know. And I think that's like a loss on my end. So yeah, I don't know. I'm in two worlds about it.
So I don't actually think there's really much like what do you think Hassan should be doing other than just like canvassing?
Why does the state
what could or should?
Oh no, with his ideology, he should do exactly what he is.
I do appreciate the persona thing.
He should be buying sports cars and justifying.
I like persona. We should play it on stream.
Let's imagine Hassan who is more in tune with your ideology. What should he be doing?
I mean, with the amount of money he has, it like supporting worker co-ops and startups and things like that would be quite cool because you want to build parallel structures.
I've had Hassan fans say to me before that he does actually put more money into things than people usually present. That he has.
Yeah, he doesn't want his name to be attached to it and things like that.
Labor strikes or some shit like that.
Yeah. Other things might be like again, I don't know. True, most of that is, but we'll see. Take your word for it. If we're going to talk about definitely not doing this fucking I'll vote for Kamala but I won't tell anyone I'm doing it, I won't tell anyone who to vote for. I think getting Democrats in now, we should probably be quite clear that it would have been better to keep them in than not, and I don't know if Hassan could have changed that by himself. I don't think he could have, but it's not about that.
Here's my thing with the whole voting Kamala thing is it felt like Hassan basically walked his audience right up to the line of saying Kamala, never actually explicitly said vote for Kamala. And so it's like, I mean, I get that it's like an easy dunk to go, oh, well, you know, you say you care about Gaza, but you let Trump get in. So, and look what's happening now. Enjoy Trump Tower, enjoy the gold Trump Tower, pro-pally retards. I understand that's like an easy dunk to get on people. But it felt like Hassan basically, his stream is him sitting there.
I don't watch Hassan much, so I cannot comment.
Terrible Republicans are, how much he hates Republicans, sprinkling in a bit of I hate Dems every once in a while, but then it comes to the election, he says vote against Trump. Well, there's only one vote against Trump, and he spent the entire time talking about how bad Republicans are. So he's basically walked them all up to the line of voting Kamala.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So if you've ever, so I'm guessing you've interacted in real life with like socialist or like political youth, right? Like you know that's not good enough, right? People don't need to be convinced that it's a good thing to vote for this person over that person. People need to be inspired to vote. People need to be motivated to vote. I know people who followed like fucking full elections, and then I bump into them on election day at like 9 o'clock, and I had to fucking drag them to the bus to get them to vote because they forgot to, right? Like, that's not good enough. You can't just be like, oh well, yeah, I think the Holocaust horrors is part of a genocide and all that, but it would be less
in my family, actually voting has always been a big deal, especially on my mother's side. My grandfather would be like, oh, you wanna drop by? You wanna visit me? Well, no, I don't wanna see you until you voted. It's always been a big deal.
Isn't enthusiastic enough about electoralism, basically. The idea that a Hassan viewer is never going to get the sense that, well, no, I really should go and do this. This is really important. I go and do this.
Yeah, I think that is important. Yeah.
Got you. Okay. I think I can get that.
But most of it's just like the like ideological problems. Like, yeah.
See, I'm less sympathetic towards that because I like having a range of ideologies, and it's very clear that
People do need reasons to vote. It is actually very every person, yeah. But then again, at least to me, okay, my grandfather did not make this argument for everybody. He made this argument for me that I should not just be inspired by others or given reasons by others to vote. I should be informed. I should inform myself on what the situation is, on what's happening in the country, on what the political situation is, because if I don't, then I'm just gonna passively stumble into a situation in which I'm gonna not have any rights, and a world suddenly that I won't be pleasant for me to live in. So I assume his argumentation was that if you keep yourself informed, then you will have reasons to vote, because you will know what you need to happen for things to get better, and that would be the things they would be voting for. That is assuming that any candidate actually provides that, but bearing that, you'd probably have to vote against the candidate that would cause the most harm. That's slowly happening to MAGA people here. People who need to believe their vote can effectively change their own lives. That part is difficult, because sometimes you live in a country where even the best of candidates does not really represent your interest. So you sort of either don't vote or vote on the candidate that will cause the least harm. Like in Poland, I'm pretty sure even the most progressive quote-unquote candidates will say gay adoption is off the table. That won't happen. Gay marriage, nope, etc. Right? So there are countries in which, even in the best of circumstances, certain important issues that are close to you will just not be represented no matter what. So that is the difficulty of the situation as well.
Many people have never even considered Hassan's perspective. Like, surely you must see that. I'm sure you've interrogated like a lot of lefty ideas over the time you've been thinking about politics, talking about politics. But do you ever get the sense that a lot of the people that are piling onto Hassan, saying stuff like terrorist supporter, for instance, they don't really even know what terrorism is? They're just using the US State Department definition, and then they're moralizing that and saying, well, the government says they're terrorists, you say they're good, therefore you're bad. And that's the extent of thought. And I feel like that sort of person probably actually benefit from listening to Hassan for more than 30 minutes talk about this sort of stuff, because, I mean, you need to have your perspective widened a little bit. You need to have these...
I mean, my main problem with Hassan is not his takes on that. My main problem with Hassan are his takes on Ukraine, but that's a whole different subject. And I doubt Queeman's gonna discuss that with Lonerbox. Right? So that's neither here nor there, effectively. I feel like.
Ideas introduced to you. And that is one way in which I think Hassan is actually a little bit beneficial, is he does make people actually question, you know, the lib line, you know, the line that every lib government is going to feed.
Okay, I was with you until that. You're right about one thing. Audiences are fickle. I think probably most people who call Hassan a terrorist supporter don't really know why they're saying it or whatever. That's probably true with everything. Like I think people who call me a Zionist fucking baby killer or whatever, like they don't know they don't know what a Zionist is or like why they think they can do about me.
Yep.
Yeah, that's just audiences are
Baby
fickle. That's all
killer.
that is. All of them are. As for the terrorism thing, I mean, if you are someone who just believes the State Department on terrorism, and you go to Hassan who tells you something else, you're going to come out more retarded because the State Department is stupid, right? But they are more of a reasonable gauge, I think, than Hassan, who will just say, "Well, Nelson Mandela was the terrorist 2008," and then you come out thinking like, "Okay, what? So like Hamas and Mandela are like morally equal? Like that's fucking mental."
No,
Yeah.
that's assuming that you take everything that Hassan says as law the moment you hear it. But I don't think people just do that, right? I think the point I'm making is that you should be forced by the content. It's good to be forced by content or whatever, by whatever you read or whatever you watch. Obviously, it'd be better if you read the book instead of watching Hassan, but that's not going to happen in most people's cases. It's good to get challenged by a piece of content that brings to you a new idea that you actually have to grapple with. I think people benefit from that a lot. I think Hassan does actually provide that to a lot of people.
I mean, how many books does Women read?
Purely locked into. Oh, well, what is a terrorist group? Well, it's a group that the government says is terrorists, and usually they're Muslims. It's like, well, if you have Hassan sit there and explain to you, well, sorry, I'm getting a fucking dono.
So who's having a real effect on change?
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I think if you get someone like Hassan come in and say, basically, make the argument, hey, isn't your wife kind of a terrorist? And then you see Ethan totally fumble that and try to move on from it and not be able to really contest in any meaningful way in the moment. That's a good thing for you to see. I think that's good for you to sit there and go, oh, yeah, Hamas is really bad, and I know about all these terrible things that Hamas has done. I've already got a really bad opinion of Hamas, but why is Hassan calling Healer a terrorist? What does terrorism really actually mean? What definitions are you using there? Why is Ethan struggling to contest with this so much? This is like a good thing for people to think through, I think, because terrorist, in most people's mind, is, and this isn't just the fickleness of audiences, there's lots of content creators think this too, it is purely thought terminating in their mind, where the moment a group is terrorists, that's it. You can blow every single one of them up at any time. They're all terrible people. Everything they've ever done is terrible, and there's no way to ever negotiate with them, even though some of the groups have been like taken off the terrorist register and then put back on and taken off and whatever. They're just like it's pure thought terminating. It's just Hassan supports
Zoomers
terrorists
don't
so
read.
bad, and that's an insanely bad perspective. That's an insanely uneducated, closed-minded American perspective to me. That is just despicable.
Yeah,
I
just
can't stand to hear.
He keeps having those debates with Lonerbox, and I feel like he's winning.
Explaining why he didn't like the terrorism thing. And
I actually feel like Queeman is winning this debate, quote unquote, if you can even say that there is winning or losing in this.
I heard him explain why it was about attacking civilians on ships and kidnapping them, and why that's like Anne Frank and how that's stupid. But yeah, like I heard XQZ articulate that fairly well, and I have no idea what he's saying most of the time. So, like, yeah, I think but I know what you mean. Yeah, if you're saying audiences are fickle, but in terms of what you're saying, it sounds like you're just kind of arguing that it's good to have like a broad ideological ecosystem. Like, it's good to have like a diversity of opinion in social media and stuff like that. Like, I agree with that. I don't think Hassan should be banned, but I'm just like.
This is why I don't have Donos read out loud.
Okay. Maybe I've got some preconceptions about your perspective, because I would have thought I would assume you want Hassan banned. I would have assumed that because that seemed like the train everyone's on. It seems like everyone's on the Hassan should be banned train. Even the people that I usually think are very pro free speech and pro or anti big tech censorship, whatever. Usually, all those people are on the Hassan ban train.
I don't think Hassan should be banned. Kuman is winning because LB kind of respects him, probably because his audience and the overlap. He knows he couldn't win an audience harassment battle. Certainly Kuman here presenting that he has functioning brain cells, yeah.
In the back of my mind, not actively, but I kind of taken you as fully on that train, but I guess not.
No, when I talk about, I don't know if I can speak for other people on this, but when I talk about the banning thing, it's like there is something annoying about him just kind of like getting a free pass on Twitch's TOS, but that's not like, that's like the hypocrisy. That's not saying
sure.
the interesting thing about Twitch TOS is, full disclosure, I've seen Hassan do things and not be banned on Twitch. Middle-sized content creators on Twitch were banned for the same things, but I'm an extremely small creator, and I also didn't get banned for doing the thing that Hassan didn't get banned, but the middle-sized content creators did, which I found to be very weird / interesting. Either Twitch just does not have the means to check up on really small creators, doesn't find it worth to waste resources and time on, or there's this weird standard of super big creators and super small creators being able to get away with more, and this middle-sized creator range not being able to get away with the same things. It might be because mid-size are not worth the outrage to protect. I mean, what about the super small ones like me? I didn't get a ban or a suspension for the same thing that middle-sized content creators did. It's always like that though. It's not just Hassan. It's probably all the big streamers that get special treatment like here on YouTube. And in that sense, I got special treatment because people got banned for a specific thing. I didn't. Nothing happened to me. Right? Like, it wasn't even about outrage. Like, the bans were, like, I reacted to content that caused people to be, like, just watching the thing caused people to be suspended. Hassan wasn't suspended. There were people that were. I also reacted to that content and I wasn't suspended or anything.
I think that principally he should be banned. And you think that, I assume obviously you think that the idea of using the material support for terrorism law against him would probably be insane as well. And
yeah, I don't know why he was saying that was being used on Mahmoud Khalil, by the way. It wasn't. It was the Secretary of State's fucking you're at all the foreign policy.
My understanding is the only time that was used for speech before was when there was some NGO giving like direct training on peace negotiations to some terrorist group. It was like
you have to be a very fucking.
It was like training. That was the speech that was being censored. It was the fact they were verbally training these people. It wasn't like, I think this terrorist group is really awesome on a live stream. It was, hey, here's how you do this thing. Hey, terrorist, here's how you do that. That's like, it's very different. You would be creating new precedent to punish someone for that. I think people have just already signed on to it. I've heard Nick Diorio saying, I'm not a free speech absolutist, by the way, guys, last night, priming people about it. So I'm very black-pilled on the whole Hassan thing right now. It feels like everyone has gone completely insane and just want this guy completely like raped and killed, basically.
What?
Yeah, well, to finish the thing about media ecosystem, well, yeah, but obviously then it's also good that there are people who are also like progressively minded or like social democrat or actually social democrat who can make fun of Hassan whenever he says something retarded, right?
Yeah,
like,
I agree with that. But
I'm quite happy to fill that role because who else is going to explain what the ANC actually did? You know, no one else is doing that.
You might, but I feel like most people who are trying to do that are failing horribly.
I mean, I mainly criticize him on Ukraine, so.
Well, yeah, especially because it revolves around Israel-Palestine.
I mean, I just want to graduate from micro streamer to small streamer.
And the problem with, and this is why I feel quite bad for like people who are part of the Zionist left, which again I think is a lot of like American Jews and shit like that. Is that they don't really have any friends, you know, like apart from the only friends that they can find is like fucking the Daily Mail, and they only identify with like Israel and the Israeli left or whatever because they hate Muslims, you know, so that's kind of annoying. Yeah, like there isn't really much of a social democrat safe space online right now, you know, at least in our area. But
what is he talking about?
The argument I would make with people who just follow the State Department for terrorism and they don't understand what it means, but they'll say it anyway, like uncritically, then I would argue that the response that Hassan has to things like that, or people like Asmongold, is it's like he's not de-radicalizing people, he's re-radicalizing them, and that's where I think I want to play a bit of a role in stopping everyone from going that way. You know.
Sure.
I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest here. Like, yeah, I have criticism of Hassan on a lot, I guess, Ukraine related, but he is at least a political speaker. Asmongold is not. No matter how much you slice it, Asmongold is not a political commentator. Whatever Asmongold says, like, it always ends up being some inane nonsense based on vibes. It's just, no. Like, come on. I don't like even the comparison, to be quite honest. I don't like framing Asmongold as some political commentator.
I mean, it sounds like you're way more reasonable than a lot of other people in this. I'm not gonna lie.
Listen, it's hard out there.
It is. It is rough out there.
Have you?
Yeah,
How are you? What's happening with like you and? Have you like kind of like parted ways with Chud Logic over the political leanings, or what's going on there?
No, not at all. No. I got raided by him this stream where we're still.
No, not like parted ways, like in terms of rating. I mean, just
Oh.
in terms of like politically, or have you always been kind of where you are now?
I've always been where I'm at. Well, Chud's like pretty.
Chad's not pretty left wing. Thank you for the $10 for a great stream and new glasses. Thank you so much. I'm still waiting for the glasses. Thank you.
Lefty, right?
No.
He's just a bit. He's just anti-trans and
Yeah.
a giga immigration guy right now.
The very left.
I'm probably more left than Chud. I am more left than Chud. And I've always probably been. Well, not more left. More. I don't know what I'd call
I'm
it.
going to enjoy being
Less of
in
a
charge
bigot?
He was a commie, right? At one point,
USA,
I've never
Boston,
been
etc.
like a commie.
I
combined.
don't buy that.
I'm pretty socked down.
I don't
Probably more
buy that
progressive.
Chad Logic was a
That's
communist.
probably the way to put it.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I don't buy it.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know. Significantly parted ways. Really.
I only catch like tiny bits of streams, so I just like every
Yeah.
now and then, just
Yeah.
referencing.
Well. Yeah, no, I've parted ways with a lot of the commentary audiences and a couple of content creators at least over the Ethan stuff, just because I think that you know, trying to get people banned from platforms really sucks and is usually against my principles, and throwing out defamation lawsuits over YouTube videos that are fundamentally opinion pieces, I think, is really not good. I really hate that. And I think Ethan is being pretty dishonest in some of his argumentation as well with people.
Dude, but
Also
in the
collective
box, what do you mean?
responsibility stuff with Snark. Not a fan of any of that either. Where every content creator is somehow tied to Snark and holds responsibility for the actions of anonymous users. It's the exact same reasoning that's being used against me by Destiny to justify the idea of shooting me in the head. So I'm not a big fan of that reasoning. Same reasoning that was used by Careful's to justify going after Kiwi Farms and everyone that was associated to it. So I really hate the massive crusade that's happening right now. I think it's complete cancer, and I'm sickened by the people that are cheerleading it.
Would you say it's primarily on the free speech grounds?
Yeah.
Okay. Fuck. I had a really good question for
You had an
I think
argument
it was-
with Chad Logic? As in
Fuck.
you called in, or did you write in the chat and you responded to you? Like, did you actually call in to have that argument, or?
Fuck. Oh. Do you have any opinion on why? So if I had to summarize Ethan's positions right now on, like, say, Israel, it seems like what he wants is, like, he calls the war a genocide. He wants it to stop. He hates Hamas. He hates Hezbollah and all these guys. Seems like he wants a Palestinian state to exist alongside Israel. I think he's okay with Palestinians just, like, murking all 700,000 of the settlers or kicking them out.
Oh, John the Brazen, please consider stopping being white. Chad was pretending to know more about taxation than Gary's economics, so I called him out. In chat, right? What did he say? There may be a blackout. That's not good. I had a little bit of a blackout recently. On the day when I was supposed to have my debate with non-smoker. Yeah, as in... No, I'm not talking to myself. I'm reading the YouTube chat. There's a storm in Canada, I guess. Stay safe, Estelle. Yeah. There was a heavy rain on the day when I was supposed to have a debate with non-smoker, but my electricity became so flimsy that I just couldn't do it. Just couldn't do it. I was in chat, but he was reading most of what I said out, and then he stopped talking politics. So did he respond to you at all, or? Chad has been for a while having far-right takes. See his Irish Traveler. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, he was supposed to debate me on it, but he chickened out. I don't even know how else to call it. He ran away from it. I'm sorry to say. Like, there were people that I remember as it was happening, that people were actually saying that maybe I shouldn't do it, that maybe like it will not be very good for me to engage with chat logic in debates, etc. Like, people were worried how that would go, if I remember correctly. But then chat logic just started pretending that I don't exist, so I never got to find out. Peanuts. Thank you, Fake Alec Parker, for the tier 1 subscription. What's the Brits' problem with Irish Traveler? Well, he basically says that the fact that they exist, that they come to areas where people live, cause natural tensions, and that Irish travelers are basically to blame for those tensions and whatever comes from them, because they just cause trouble, or the local population, quote unquote. He read 5 to 10 messages I sent. Oh, interesting. But did he address you at all? So the same kind of hate mainland Europe has towards the Roma. Yes, the same kind, yes. We were supposed to debate it, but it never materialized. He was trying to clock what ideology I was so he could change his position based on that. Thanks for the gifted. And we had been criticizing him for long. He did not take that criticism well. He made racial argument about it. It's all about culture of Irish. Yeah. I mean, he basically ran away from our debate, so what else am I supposed to do or say? There's nothing else to say. I might, like, I don't even see the point of checking. Like, I used to do some wellness checks, quote unquote. I used to check out ChatLogic's stuff from time to time to see what sort of things he's saying, but he basically just completely switched to just drama slop. So there's just no point. There's absolutely no point in checking anything he does or says anymore. Like, he used to give some sort of political takes on things, and now just completely switched to drama nonsense. And so there's not much point of me catching up. I mean, I could react to some of his transphobic rants. Like, I could do that, but what's the point even? So he's the only person who thinks Keir Starmer is good. He actually played some convo when Roma kids been talking and using what they said as an argument how bad Roma culture is. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Oh.
Would you say it's like a rough summary of his position on the conflict?
So I would say yes. here's my issue is it feels like what I see happen with Ethan in conversations and just in the general discourse is he basically will cede those points as like almost feels like a get off my back.
Yeah, but recently it feels like he's just been doing drama. There was a socialist GRT group in the UK offering education on the history of GRT discrimination. They must have disbanded though. So yeah, Chalogic is far right in many aspects, yeah.
Like in the Sam Cedar thing, and the Hassan thing actually, there are points where it's like, yes, genocide, let's move on. And then just like moves past that. And so I think what ends up happening is basically he's ceded all of these like prescriptive claims as like things that he thinks might bring him flack, so he cedes all of those. But then we'll get very emotional and defensive if there's sort of like a characterization of Israel that creates some kind of almost like a fundamental moral wrong.
Right.
He can't handle those perspectives, I don't think. If someone thinks there's like a fundamental moral wrong in the way Israel has operated, it seems like he gets very defensive on those points. So like one of the examples is I think you're welcome to correct me if you think I'm insane
nice,
on this, but I fundamentally agree with a lot of people's points about the way Ethan spoken about the Nakba in both the content nuke and in the debate, where it seems like in the content nuke he basically says he says the line, I think it goes, so people talk about the Nakba all the time, but Jews from surrounding countries, there are actually even more Jews displaced from surrounding countries by Arab states or something like that. And basically what's happening there is he's taking an 800,000 displacement that happened to the Palestinian people specifically, and then saying that each of these individual expulsions and exoduses of Jews from these surrounding countries are not just in some way equivalent in the moral weight, but also equivalent in numbers. Whereas the reality is that the expulsion number that he uses for all those Arab states is over a significantly longer time frame, and there were, while I understand there was the Arab League and everything, there were different reasons, different push and pull factors in each of those countries, that it isn't quite the same as having a one focused individual expulsion of 800,000 people, expulsion campaign of 800,000 people. And so to draw that equivalence in that situation,
I mean, you have to do that to debate this topic.
To go on to say, all of these million Jews or whatever that were expelled from these countries were forced to become Zionists by the Arabs. I think what you're saying there is the moral responsibility for the Nakba does not in any way lie with the Israelis. It actually lies with the Arab League entirely, basically.
Okay. This could either be like a 1 hour conversation or it can just be like 2 minutes. I'm just going to do 2 minutes. I'm just going to go short. Okay. So, man. Okay. So, I think in the line in this video, I think, he said something like, he's talking about Israel and how it's like a country of people who are descended from refugees and all this kind of shit. Either they come from Russia or the Holocaust or pogroms, and then and then with the Jewish exodus from the Middle East, there were more people displaced in that exodus than there were during the Nakba, even though it was over a period of 10 years or 5 years rather than 1 or 2. So one of those arguments you said was legitimate to me is the false equivalency, because in the Nakba, it was, for most people, there's a military coming to your village. You know they've committed massacres in other places.
Noises and all this shit, trying to drive you out of your home. But yeah.
Yeah, there's there's a chance they might let you stay. There's also a chance they'll shell you and you've got no defenses. There's also a chance they'll just expel you. There's a chance they'll massacre you, so you're just going to run. Why not? Yeah. And that's not really voluntary. You know, you're clearly running for a good reason. That was most of them. For the Jewish displacement, push-pull, you're right. I'm not sure which country it was more pull than push. It was more push than pull, I think, in pretty much all these countries.
Okay, so I mean, my understanding is they're what are the ones they point to? It's like Morocco, I think, tried to keep the Jewish population right. I think there were some others that someone brought up to me, where there were a few countries that were actually trying to keep their Jewish population, at least initially.
So Iraq barred their Jews from leaving, and then extorted them by fining them for like
Yeah,
trumped
well,
up
I know
charges
the
of
Iraq
Zionist
one is
activity.
it's like, yeah, they try and spin that as though, Iraq actually really wanted to keep the Jews, but actually it was like, okay, you're kind of there's a wall being put up and you're being pushed into a meat grinder.
Yeah. Morocco, I don't know if Morocco tried to get the Jews. I mean, most Jews left Morocco after independence, and then there were anti-Jewish riots in the late 40s there. So, it's mostly okay. Unless you want to go into a further debate, I'm just going to tell you it's more push than pull. Okay, and if
I'm sure. I don't doubt that.
Do you want to see me arguing with Chad? Yeah, if you can timestamp it, then yeah.
It's still a false equivalency because fleeing persecution or a pogrom that happened a few years ago or riots is not the same as fleeing a fucking military. I get that. That's a false equivalency. That's a legitimate criticism.
Yep.
Okay.
What about the idea? Okay, so here's so specific point I want to zero in on. I want to get an answer from you on the idea that you place the moral.
I think talking about moral responsibility is a mistake, especially in such large-scale events.
Responsibility for the Nakba on quote unquote the fucking Arabs forcing the Jews to become Zionists.
Listen,
what do you think about that?
The fucking Jews did the Nakba, and the fucking Arabs got the Jews to leave the Middle East. This is true. It's fucking true. It's not saying all the Arabs. Okay, everyone knows this. That's stupid. Yeah.
But okay, but it's not. But it's not just okay. But it's not just a matter of so it's not just using the fucking Arabs or the fucking Jews as a stand-in. It's there are sort of a couple of things happening there where one, you're saying
it's timestamp, yeah? Okay, I'm gonna copy. 30 minutes in, yeah? Okay, we're gonna watch this a bit later. Let's watch this a bit more.
Saying the Jews were forced to become Zionists by the Arabs is saying the moral responsibility for the Nakba lies with the Arabs, not the Jews.
Oh, no. I think because this is what I don't get. Like, the Nakba happened, was done by a mostly Ashkenazi Jewish army. And the Palestinians were, the Arabs in Palestine. Like, those were the Jewish exodus from the Middle East was different Jews getting kicked out by different Arabs. So I don't really know if it's to say that the Arabs caused the Nakba. I don't think that's where that comes from.
Yeah, but
these are different groups.
Okay, I understand. I think that people, I would understand this idea that this is all sort of like these events are a little bit intertwined because when Jews are expelled from these countries, they move into Israel that is recently expanded due to the Nakba. They are now populating the area that was once the Palestinians, or was very recently the Palestinians. That's the whole idea, right? Is that my understanding is that the Nakba started with Plan Dalet or whatever, where the Israeli Zionists, whatever, thought that had intel or whatever that they were about to be declared war on, that they were between sort of a rock and a hard place, so they had to expand and start taking more area to survive because they couldn't defend the part they were in or whatever. So the expansion is to avoid the aggression in theory, but then the Jews from these countries move into Israel and now occupy that space. And now at this point, we're in a situation where basically to me, I think this is my vibe, what should have happened really is, okay, so you're going to be attacked by these surrounding countries. You need to.
I'm not sure if there's going to be
in solidarity and some. Just wanted to expand a bit. When
are you going to be talking about
Hassan
anything else?
Is only willing to say they wanted to leave or something like that. They wanted to go there. He's only willing to say that because he's obviously trying to downplay the persecution that Jews face in the other countries because he wants to make the Israeli Zionist project sound like this, totally willing settler colonial project, whatever. That's the presentation he wants to give of it. So he's trying to focus on people wanting to leave. But then for you to come, for Ethan to come back and basically and say, well, no, they were forced to. It's like, well, no, lots of them did want to leave for Israel. There were a lot of people who believed in the Zionist project and wanted to leave for Israel, or maybe didn't even believe in the Zionist project explicitly, but knew, oh, Israel's for the Jews. I'm going to have a better life. There's going to be more opportunities for me.
Rise of anti-Semitism to go beyond, push it like beyond the point to force people to flee en masse. But that I didn't read that. I don't know. No, I don't think I agree with that. In any
That's
case,
how I read in the content nuke, at least. That's how it felt, pretty strong.
Yeah, but
Okay. He did
like,
well.
I would take it.
Very nice. I'm proud. That was interesting. I thought he made good arguments. If he's willing to talk to me, then I'm fine talking to him. If he won't be a weirdo about it. And that is all that I've got to say on that subject. Now I'm gonna see Chud Logic argue with one of the viewers. And then we're gonna discuss a topic about Ukraine, because that's why you come here. I would like to talk to him. To Queeman, you mean? G44. I've spoken to his friend Chud Logic, but
The rich should pay more.
I don't know if not being very just possible for these people. That's a good question. Listen, if you want non-weird creators to thrive, then why not consider watching my streams regularly and liking my streams and commenting and liking my VODs.
More, right? Yeah, sure. The poor obviously should pay less in tax, and the wealthy should pay more. I totally fucking agree with that.
Oh, John the Brazen. Where are you? Are you in this chat, or which chat are you in?
But it seems
Is
like
he already talking to you here?
this system of doing that isn't very good and doesn't work. And then also, how do you contend? Like, how do you actually contend with this? If you increase taxation too much on wealthy people, okay, they will eventually just leave your country.
That does not happen, actually.
Poor people can't do that. People who are working class, middle class, right? You can fuck around with their tax, and the best chance they got is to vote for the other party at the next election, right? But they still are going to be there in your country paying the tax no matter what, because they don't have a fucking choice. Wealthy people could just fucking leave if you get.
I mean, wealthy people have been historically taxed, and it didn't just leave.
It's too much for them. How do you fucking deal with that? How do you deal with wealthy people just fucking off if the tax system is too excessive? How do you fucking deal with that?
There are ways to there are countries that demand that you pay tax even if you leave. By the way, I'm pretty sure that the United States demand that you pay taxes even if you aren't in the United States. That is not so easy to work. Also, historically, you had massively more taxation on higher income. Yeah. He called me something I can remember now. Also, wealth is an asset too. Yeah. Not so easy just to leave. Exactly.
Marxist Robin Hood. I mean, it's just fucking delusional. It's totally delusional fucking populist brain rot shit, and people clap it on like seals.
I mean, it's pretty brain dead to say if you tax rich people, they will just leave.
They're too stupid to understand.
US is like that, yeah.
It's fucking annoying. France has a wealth tax on the rich that can go up to 80%. It reduced inequality to 20%, and the rich didn't leave. Well, the fact you're saying it reduced inequality to 20%.
Wait, hold on. Who is that? You? Did you say that, John the Brazen? Oh yeah, John the Brazen. You do know the stats claiming people are moving because of labor is based on speculating on people's linked profiles.
What sort of fucking metric is that? What are you on about? What the fuck are you on about, dude? What?
Is he talking to you now? Historically illiterate child.
What are you talking about? It sounds like you're just making shit up.
I'm not surprised. There was someone else. I can see my name. I was one went behind and get called out at some point. You what, mate? Post-World War II UK was not Marxist by any means, nor US post-war. That's, yeah, it's really silly to say, oh yeah, if you tax rich people with, like, if you put higher tax on rich people, they will just leave. No, that's just not how that works.
Stitching together things that you've read. Now, I don't know the specific, situation with France, but from everything that I've seen and read about this, right?
Right. How much have you read? How
The
much?
stuff that I've seen and read about this
How much have you read?
doesn't seem to suggest that, Wait, there's another retarded comment. You do know the stats claiming people are moving because of Labour is based on speculating on people's LinkedIn profiles. I voted Labour. I'm a Labour supporter. I don't know why you're pointing this out to me as if I'm going to fucking, whatever. Yeah, it's probably dumb to say that. What I'm saying is, it's just a reality that if you are wealthy
Yeah, I
and
saw.
the taxation system becomes too excessive to your liking, you will just move. You'll move to somewhere where the taxation is more favourable to you. I'm a Starmer trooper, okay?
Yeah. Chad is such a politically illiterate person. Neither this taxation is Marxist. I don't think he read a thing. I mean, does he not know what tax brackets are? That's not communism or socialism. An exit tax is what fixes what he is complaining about. Chad is so fucking stupid, holy shit. Like, I don't know what to say. Maybe it's for the better that he doesn't cover politics, but mostly drama slop.
Where are they going to leave to? Well, use your brain. Use your brain for a sec. Use your brain for a little second, you'll probably be able to figure it out. Maybe somewhere with lower taxes, right? Maybe somewhere with lower taxes. Is that a crazy concept to you? Okay, you guys are fucking dumb. You guys are so stupid. I am not saying that right now wealthy people are leaving the UK right now, okay? Exactly, that's why I voted, because I love Muslims. Thanks for the super chat. I'm not saying that right now they're leaving.
Jesus.
I'm saying that one of the problems and issues with implementing a wealth tax, one of many, is that it could potentially mean that people leave your fucking nation and then you get no tax receipts from them. Okay?
Are you sure America takes like 50% of your assets
That's
if you
what I'm saying.
leave the country to work
So this
elsewhere?
idea that
I
wealth
mean,
tax is a fix-all solution.
in the US, when you go to work elsewhere, you still have to pay tax in the US. You pay double tax. That's a thing that the US has. That's the US system. You work somewhere else, but you still pay your tax to the United States. Even if you don't live there.
I mean, it's on the show. Even the fucking Liberal Democrat person that was there was saying we don't support a wealth tax because of the issues raised. It's like, it's not a politically viable policy.
Like, you cannot escape taxes in the United States.
Just push it and push it. This is,
I mean, you would have to revoke citizenship, but that would not be a very smart move.
Wealth tax is the, defund the police. That's the current du jour that I'm seeing. It is the current defund the police thing. It's something which sounds nice, and people that agree with you are going to clap on, but the actual practicalities of implementing it are don't go against you, and more retardation that doesn't actually benefit you, your point, your party, the country, nothing.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
In the US, they worked out rich people preferred living in places with higher taxes because they're safer and better for business. Well, hang on a second. Okay? The argument isn't that rich people will not live somewhere with higher taxes. That's not the point. God, you're so fucking dumb, and your engagement with this is remedial. The argument isn't that rich people won't live somewhere with higher taxes. That does happen, okay? Obviously, people are willing to live somewhere that have got higher taxes than another place, okay? The argument is that if you introduce tax that is, you know, too high and too much of an issue for the wealthy person, they will just leave. Okay?
And can
Like,
you
bro,
demonstrate
just
that
use your fucking
happening?
brain with this for a second, right?
Is it-
What if overnight they said, right, we're gonna charge 90%?
Okay, let's not go to vibes. Just demonstrate that has ever happened, and I'll be okay. Okay, like that. Show me a country in which the rich has been so taxed that they just decided to leave and they just left and they were happy in a place with lower taxes. Just point me to those cases. So let's find what kind of tax makes people leave. They were just there. Post-war British government was just like defund police, Marxist BLM protesters, super irrealist. Yeah, like what can I say? Like it's all vibes. It's all vibes with chat logic. Oh yeah, surely if you tax people too much, they will just leave. Like okay, show me when that has ever happened. Like you're just saying that would happen because you feel that surely that must be true. Those people are rich. They can do whatever they want. They can move wherever they want. That won't be a problem. And there won't be any consequence. So if you poke them too much, they will just leave. It's just because it so intuitively feels true. It just feels true, so it has to be true. And anybody that disagrees with it is an idiot. I guess Reagan was Marxist. Yeah, Reagan was Marxist. Ridiculous. It just feels over reels with chat logic as always.
Burn if you got a certain amount of wealth. What do you think would happen? Do you think they'd go, well, it's higher taxes. It's higher taxes.
Which is why he's best suited to cover drama, to be fair.
It's higher taxes, but I tell you what it is, right? I'm going to stay because it's going to be safer, definitely. What you want about, dude? Okay, Keldo. Right. So you think rich people will liquidate all their interests and leave? It seems too annoying to do for a small tax increase. When did I say you cannot increase taxes at all for wealthy people? When did I say it was a
vibe politics are like vibe coding, doesn't work.
small tax increase? I never said anything about small, right? If there is a tax increase that's small, then yeah, they're probably going to fucking suck that up, right? We're talking about something of substance, right? We're talking about a large increase or a new form of tax being introduced. That, you know, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it just feels like any sort of new tax was introduced or a bigger amount of taxation, then they would just leave. Yeah, of course. To be fair, he cut later to current level, but it is had almost twice of the tax rate of highest bracket earners.
I'm not talking about a small tax increase, okay? Guys, if we kick down wealthy people's doors and rob them blind, they'll leave, don't you get it? We could do much better. The issue is that the business class have lobbied for much lower taxes than they need to be. We need to have more balls and increase it ever so slightly. Where am I disagreeing with that? At what point have I disagreed with the idea of ever so slightly increasing taxes on wealthy people? When have I said that at any point? At no point in this entire segment have I disagree with that as a concept. You are proposing a tax which doesn't seem to have many benefits for anyone involved in the dynamic, right? and you're going, oh, it's just a small tax increase. If there was a couple of percent...
Bring back your British accent, Lucy. I cannot. Or I will summon the ghost of Chad Logic. Chad Logic, you know. Or I just think you're stupid, you know. I'm just gonna summon Chad Logic to react to me again. And be angry with me.
On capital gains tax or some shit like that, or
wonderful.
some other thing that targets wealthy people, fine.
You'd be angry.
The rich
Angry.
due to taxes, most wealth is greater than fixed in place, less than data always show taxation doesn't cause exodus, and it funds public affairs that ease the load on the rest.
Thank you for the super chat. But in any case, regardless
He
of...
didn't even address it. He did not even address it. The super chat.
Only one slice of the pie, one slice of the issue here. Right?
Shameless.
There's only one slice of the issue. There's other problems with it too.
How shameless. How
administration of
gutless.
it, and that it doesn't tend to seemingly bring in many increases in tax.
How gutless.
Yeah, sure, I agree with that, yeah. Closing loop, yeah, absolutely. I think that, you know, minimising people's ability to reduce their tax bill through particularly means that tend to only be available to wealthy people. I think that's a great idea, absolutely. You know? Oh, well, you see, I've got my business set up and it's registered in this island over here, so actually, technically speaking, legally, technically speaking, I don't have to... Fuck off. Give me your fucking money now. Get fucked. Give me your money now! Yeah, sure, agree with that.
Okay, Chad Logic substitutes argumentation and any sort of cogent point with loudly screaming. I've noticed that just now.
Totally agree with that. You know, I think there are definitely issues with avoidance, evasion, etc. But and the thing is like, I mean, that's fine. I think that's totally reasonable. That, you know, you would want to crack down on, and most people would probably agree. You know, if there was some fucking tax avoidance scheme that some wealthy fuckers are using, you know, to benefit from living in the UK whilst putting money which would otherwise be going into the government's coffers into some fucking offshore retarded
Okay,
account.
that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Hey Chad, what are your top 3 tax evasion tips?
Tip number 1, don't disclose your full income on your tax return. But, yeah.
What are the other 2 tips?
No, dude, I think you should all pay your... I'm a big believer in paying your tax. Like, for me, I don't know how it works and what the fucking checks are exactly, but I've always, accurately, ever since I've had to do my own taxes, I've always disclosed the penny, you know, the exact amount that comes in, what is business expenditure, and then what income I take. I always do it exactly to the fucking penny, because I believe in it. I believe that tax is good. I like tax. Tax is a great concept. But,
No, but you know, but don't poke the rich too much. Else they might leave.
You know, there is obviously an inherent disincentive for, as you earn more money, when you start to hit the higher tax brackets.
There you
But,
go.
you know, it doesn't really make any difference to me, my life. It's just something that exists, you know? And I can imagine that if you were like a self-employed individual who was earning 100k, 150k, and you were doing like a manual job, like you were some sort of like plumber or some shit, I don't know, and you're doing manual work, like it's going to be even more profound because you're going to be doing your, you know, normal back-breaking labour. And then all of a sudden one day, once you hit your tax allowance for whatever the thing is, so as it goes up, you're like, oh,
Okay, that's wonderful.
well now I'm
But
earning,
how do I make
you know,
money
another
off
20%
depressed
less than what I was
Instead of
before.
taxing poors and billionaires, let's tax Stream Elements and PayPal, and tariff all YouTube streamers 99% on donations as a compromise. Wow.
Whoa, hang on a minute, slow down. You, dude.
Okay, we're gonna move on from this. I'm gonna go to the toilet. If you like what I do, you know, you can always donate or subscribe. LucyHazard.org/live is a page that welcomes you with open arms. Okay, I'm gonna, like as I've told you, the medicine that I'm taking causes me to have to go to the toilet frequently, unfortunately. So, yeah, we've seen the argument with John the Brazen. Almost 4 hours of streaming. 4 hours of streaming. Isn't that Isn't that a lot? Isn't that a lot? Chad does not understand bracket taxation at all. Yeah, I've noticed. It's pretty pathetic for a grown man that says that he loves taxes as a concept. It's pretty sad, actually. I'm gonna be right back. There are people that actually argued that everybody should be paying the same tax regardless of income, which I find that I don't even know what to say. He's an idiot. You always tax the higher percentage on those earning above the bracket, not one below it. Yeah. Ending up in a higher tax bracket does not mean suddenly you earn less because you are overtaxed. Jesus Christ. You earn less. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you earn more. You earn more. You just pay a higher percentage what you earn. Because you're in the higher tax bracket, but you don't earn less. That's stupid. Oh my god, I beg you not to turn off this, Lucy. Just about to get juicy. 10 seconds after this it gets good. Oh, will you donate? Will you donate for me to keep this going? Can I persuade you to compromise and do a little bit of a donation to keep this going? Am I evil for saying that? Can someone donate on my behalf? Yes. Yes, absolutely yes. Listen, I'm only acting like this because I'm desperate. And for no other reason. It's okay to be a little bit desperate from time to time, right? You agree with me, right? If only you could get a raid on Twitch. Alright, I'm just gonna play it. If someone decides to donate on your behalf, that's great. I'm gonna be nice.
I think your issue seems to be...
You can pay me by watching regularly and liking my VODs and commenting on them on
More
YouTube.
about optics. You don't like green-haired socialists who want the same thing but have a cringe way of going about it.
Every effing individual income tax is 0% for the first 10,000 income they earn. In UK you had percentage tax for your first 10,000 income since David Cameron coalition. Yeah, in Poland you also have an amount that's free of tax, and I actually last year I did not make enough money to be taxed, believe it or not. Even those who earn £2 million per month. So yeah, I did not make enough money last year to be taxed, to pay any tax. That was me. I thought I speak his language, so I accused him of being more buttered about optics. Oh, interesting.
I mean, I don't. Well, the thing is, okay, I don't have a problem with like greenhead socialists, right? Necessarily, they're funny to laugh at, maybe, but like, I don't disagree with some, like a lot of lefty economic shit, like, you know, social housing. I think social housing is great. I think we're way too reliant on private landlords in the UK. I think there should be more social housing. I think obviously Thatcher selling all the stock of social housing was probably in hindsight a bad idea. Even though my family benefited from it, I think that overall, because my mum bought her council house off the government back in the day. But I think it's, you know, obviously had a negative detriment.
Yeah.
Well, if they actually built more housing as they planned to, then it would probably be okay. But they never built the housing they were supposed to. Yes, exactly. So I don't disagree with certain things, but if there's something that they disagree with, I'm going to say I disagree with that, and I think it's stupid to propose it. And then when you're questioned about it, your only response is, yeah, but the wealth tax though, rather than addressing the actual criticisms. Is there a clip that exists of Gary Stevenson plainly laying out a rebuttal to points about the fact it doesn't bring in that much, the fact that other countries have tried it and they've in some cases dropped it because it hasn't worked? What was the thing he said the other day? He was challenged on it and he was like, yeah, well, in the 50s we did it, didn't we? In the 50s we did it. And it's like, you're comparing a completely different economic period, and I don't think it's true that they had like a wealth tax in the 50s. I don't think that's quite how it worked, although I don't know much about it.
Oh, so how do you...
like that.
How can you say, I don't think that happened, but I don't know much about it? This is what? Okay. Then why are you giving such strong opinions on it if you don't know much about it? God. Oh my gosh.
Logic. I have a problem with this messaging. There's no use burning political capital to tax wealthy people up the ass. Oh, well, you're just concerned with the optics then. I think that's something that you've made up about me. I don't care about the optics of it. You know? Like, the thing is, optics of a policy can be bad, right? There's some stuff Labour have done which is optically disastrous. Like, I don't know, the fucking farmers' inheritance tax thing. Okay? That's optically disastrous. They were taxed so much in the 50s and the 60s and didn't leave. I wonder if there could be a reason why in the 50s and 60s they may not have left. Could it potentially be because they didn't have access to the same levels of international travel that we've got now? Maybe it could be that. Maybe moving your entire life was a lot more complicated in the 50s than it is in 2025.
What? Oh, hold on. How complicated was travel in the UK in the 50s and 60s? Like, the UK was not part of the Soviet bloc. The restrictions to travel was not nearly as high as... What? Well... Huh? This is just silly. Like, he's talking about the UK as if it was like the Soviet Union with restrictions to passports and travel. You only got commercial air travel in the 70s. Well, you could always travel by boat if you wanted to leave, no? Like, air travel is not the only type of travel. So kind of irrelevant if they leave. Wealth taxation remains as someone owns that asset or become state-owned. I mean, as I assume ChatLogic thinks they would just sell all of the assets overnight and leave, which would be a disastrously stupid move, because if they try to sell all the assets overnight, then they would sell them probably at a fraction of the value. But planes are restricted by weight. How many mansions do you think would fit on a plane? I'm trying to find the point he calls me out by name. Also, many people in British Empire did move. I have my neighbor who grown up as British around Africa till his father moved around. Yeah, there's just this weird claim that in the 50s and 60s travel was not possible or was super restricted. That's just like I'm telling you, it's just vibes. It just feels over reels. Oh, it's the past time. Like it's in the past, so travel was probably worse, and that's why people it's just vibes. Wait, just scrambling. Wait, why did they not leave? Oh yeah, it's the past. They didn't have the means to leave because travel was the travel of the 50s and 60s. Like, we're talking about rich people, right? So rich people would have access to travel because they're rich, no? ChatLogic is conflating wealth taxation and income taxation. Income taxation can be avoided by moving away. Chat historically and economically illiterate. I mean, in the United States, technically speaking, you cannot really avoid income taxation, even if you move. Really, I would have to forfeit your citizenship or something. Yeah. So I guess wealth tax would be something like raising the property tax. If you own more than 3 houses and 5 apartments, then your property tax becomes this amount, right? That would be an example of wealth tax, right? I assume. Right, even income taxation can be addressed, yeah. Let's see,
What the fuck are you on about? Of course, it wasn't a big concern back then because we didn't have as much of a choice.
What is he basing that on?
Right,
Like,
what are you on about, dude? Of course, but well, I don't even know if that's true, first of all. And secondly, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you know, it was true that people didn't move because it wasn't as easy back then. Now,
how do you know? How do you know how difficult or how easy it was to travel back then? Are you just saying that because it was a long time ago? Wealth taxation based on assets taxation, properties and wealth bonded into assets. Yeah, this is silly.
you could literally, if you're wealthy, you could arrange to move your entire life within a week. You could have it done, signed, deal, delivered within a week. You could have, you know, arranged the purchase of a property, fucking, you know, got your affairs in order.
What about all the properties that you own in the country that will still be taxed?
I think you could quite simply do it if you had enough
Oh
money
my God.
and you were wealthy in like a week, 2 weeks. If you're rich, it's always been possible to go wherever you want. Yeah, but the point is that you know, that's not true. You're just wrong. You're totally wrong about that. You're totally fucking wrong about that. That's not true. Are you genuinely going to convince me that it's the same difficulty to move entire countries and in the 50s as it is in 2025? Are you seriously going to try and fucking make that point?
I mean, you haven't made a point. Like how difficult was it to travel in the 50s? Do I have to Google it now? Do I have to Google like a discussion how difficult travel was or was not? Marxist millionaires called for wealth taxation. Okay, I'm gonna Google it because chat logic just destroys me. How difficult was travel in the 50s UK? How was flight travel between 1950 and 1990? Marvis Johnson's and the 1950s travel revolution. Like, how do I even check this? We're gonna read it. Yeah, I saw it. Not like home. American visitors to Britain. Let me see the article. Were the 50s and 60s really the golden age of air travel? Like, Chat Logic doesn't know what he's talking about. Oh, it seems like it was the golden age for travel, actually. A former airline captain revealed how actually flights back then were slower, less safe, pricier, and often boring. I mean, I don't think rich people will be like, oh no, the travel is boring and slow, and therefore it's difficult for me to move. The perception is that back then was more glamorous. Okay, so it was possible, very possible to travel. Thank you. Chat Logic.
And also, it's a good point from Queeman too. Some businesses, you don't even need to be in the country that you're doing business in to do business. You can do it all remotely. Not possible in many cases in the 50s. Now, the internet enables you to essentially run a business from anywhere in the world.
Yeah, but you also can be taxed when you move. A lot of the things that you own can be taxed even when you move. So that's I'm sorry to say that argument cuts both ways. Okay, let's 10245. Okay, I'm gonna watch this quickly and then I'm gonna look at the article.
Like subhuman IQ, I tell you. I think you should just listen to Gary
Oh.
Brazen. You are literally exactly.
Jesus.
John the Brazen, you are literally like subhuman IQ, I tell you. I think you should just listen to Gary instead of reading what the Daily Mail writes about him. I already did, you fucking cretin. I listened to him the other day and it fucking sucked. I listened to the very carefully cultivated clips of him where they make him sound based by saying the right things, and then I watched the more context and I was like, no, this guy's getting absolutely owned by these other people, and he's getting he's getting exposed as being a fucking populist retard. So I have listened to him already. The next thing I want to listen to, if it exists, is there a video of Gary Stevenson addressing the actual substantive criticisms of his position, arguing about...
Whatever, we're going to... You've been called out by name, now we're going to this article. Oh my gosh, Chat Logic, as always. Time for a wealth tax, say patriotic millionaires, as rich list shows 772 billion pounds in the hands of just 350 families. Millionaires, socialist millionaires it seems, have called on the government to properly tax the richest people in Britain after it was revealed that just 350 families hold over 772 billion of the nation's wealth. Like, mate, you're mixing corporate taxation with wealth taxation and income taxation. Oh my goodness. I feel like I won the pro-social debate. One reason wealth taxation is popular exactly because assets moving is more difficult. This is such a... No wonder he moved to drama. Like, I thought Shad Logic was a big fan of tax as a concept, but I guess... I guess not. I guess just silly Billy. Silly Billy time. Marxist lunatic millionaires. Yeah, it's like, you know, what else will they call for? Defund the police? What else will they demand? Those crazy millionaires in the UK. Members of the patriotic millionaires have urged for a long overdue wealth tax to invest in our much loved country, adding that the wealth of the top 350 people could cover the total cost of the UK's annual healthcare spend 3 times over. That sounds like a good idea. They will flee. The call comes after the 2025 Sunday Times Rich List revealed the annual catalogue of Britain's wealthiest people, with famous figures including Sir Elton John, Andrew Lloyd Webber and King all making the list. Responding to the publication, Yulia Davies, an angel investor who sold her stake in backpack and travel bag company Osprey Europe, said, "Once again, this year's Rich List shows Once again, this year's Rich List shows the phenomenal wealth that is stuck at the top with a whopping 772 billion in the hands of a mere 350 people. That is pretty ridiculous. That is like... that is more than the US wanted from the entirety of Ukraine, actually, in that initial ridiculous mineral deal. Like, they wanted to saddle Ukraine with $800 billion of debt, and I'm pretty sure 772 billion pounds is worth more than $800 billion. So that's actually crazy. It's actually crazy if you think about it. So they invest into NGOs. Why is that not wealth creation? I remember in the Corbyn years, Labour wanted to increase corporate tax. It was so low that they could increase it quite a bit, and it would still be lower than most of Europe. Those wringing their hands about fewer billionaires and the threat of multimillionaires leaving would be... Oh, interesting. Those wringing their hands, Chad Logic's argument is being addressed in this article, actually. Those wringing their hands about fewer billionaires and the threat of multimillionaires leaving would be better off focusing on real British problems, like our crumbling NHS, than nursing the niche concerns of the super rich. True. Oh my gosh. I guess The Independent anticipated that there will be Chad Logic waiting in the lanes to say, those people are gonna leave. That is so nicely worded. Nursing the niche concerns of the super rich. Yeah. Wait, what grants through NGOs? What? I don't think. In Poland, at least, a lot of NGOs in Poland are by their nature non-profit, which means that a lot of NGOs in Poland just cannot generate profit. It's forbidden for them to generate profit. There is one form of an NGO that can start internally a business in Poland, but there's a catch. That business has to be, all the profit in that business inside of the NGO has to go into the development of the NGO itself. It cannot be profit for profit's sake. It's like, I'm gonna give a simple example. Let's say there's an NGO, like a foundation. Usually it's a foundation, and that foundation goal is to, let's say, give money to animal shelters, support animal shelters. That is the stated goal of the foundation. And that foundation has started a coffee shop, and that coffee shop generates a profit. And all of that profit has to be, of course, it has to be used to keep the coffee shop running, but all the profit that is made on top of that has to be used to support that stated goal of the foundation, which is, for example, supporting the animal shelters. That's how that works in Poland, at least. So yes. Yeah, assets. 772 billion held by just 350 families would cover the total cost of the UK's annual healthcare spend 3 times over. Properly taxing this wealth to invest in our much loved country is long overdue. Yeah. Yeah. The 37 annual list reveals who are the 350 richest individuals and families in the UK based on identifiable wealth, including land property, other assets such as art and racehorses, or significant shares in publicly quoted companies. At the top was the Hinduja family, who sat in first place for the 4th consecutive year, despite a decline in their fortune. Gopi Hinduja and his family, who are behind the Indian conglomerate Hinduja Group, were recorded as having 35.3 billion. The Hindujas were followed in the list by real estate Mongols David and Simon Royben, who moved up to second after increasing their wealth to 26.9 billion. It's crazy. Lucy, have you made any art lately? I have to make an emote. I received They were followed by investor Sir Leonard Blavatnik entrepreneur Sir James Layson and shipping tycoon Idan Offer. Ms. Davis, a member of Patriotic Millionaires, added, "Our media and political leaders need to stop focusing on the interests and habits of a small number of people who are hoarding extreme wealth at the expense of us all, and instead prioritize the interests of Britain's true wealth creators, our ordinary hardworking families, small businesses, entrepreneurs, teachers, health, and other public sector workers. Those people are the backbone of the British economy, many of whom haven't seen a pay rise in 15 years. Our government should treat the rich list as the smelling salt it needs. Wake up and tax the super rich." Yeah. Manchester United part owner Sir Jim Ratcliffe came 7th in the list with 17 billion fortune. However, the Ineos founder was the biggest faller on the list as he saw his wealth decline by around 6 billion. Oh wow. Other notable figures on the list include King, who saw his personal wealth jump by 30 million to 640 million in the last year, making him as rich as former Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and his wife. Okay. Alright. Interesting. Yeah, those lunatic millionaires. Chad, stop taxing the rich. The rich. Shut up, Chad. True. I want to talk about something because I actually have to go to sleep soon. And I want to touch base on a topic. I'm gonna do some topics tomorrow. I have to be in Warsaw tomorrow in the morning, but I want to read a little bit of an article by the Ukraińska Prawda, because I've done a segment yesterday on the Istanbul talks, how there was this meeting of the eager of European leaders in Kyiv, how they thought that they persuaded Donald Trump to put some pressure on Russia to agree to a ceasefire, how they put a deadline to that ceasefire as a prerequisite for the Istanbul talks, the direct talks between Russia and Ukraine, and how Trump has retreated from that and said, no, you should just sit down and directly talk with one another, no matter if there's a ceasefire or not, which basically led to Europe being a bit baffled as to Trump's sudden change of stance, because it seems like Europe still doesn't understand what sort of caliber of a man Trump is. Trump said that this Istanbul conversation is a great opportunity for peace, after which basically Zelensky said, okay, we will come, we will talk, but if Trump is not a coward, he will personally come and talk to me, which promptly Putin will come and talk to me if he's not afraid, which promptly Putin did not do. He just sent his B team, his second tier team of negotiators, which incidentally were the same negotiators that did the negotiations in 2022, the leaked negotiations which had Russia demand demilitarization, giving up territory, giving up on NATO, basically leaving Ukraine defenseless and weak against any future invasions. So basically, Putin was counting that if he puts the same team in place, then the current negotiations will just be picking up from where the negotiation was left in 2022, right? So Putin did not come to this thing personally, and also Trump, who sort of signaled that he might drop by, also did not come to the negotiation, and then further undermined any point to this Istanbul talks by saying nothing of significance will happen until I meet with Putin personally. So this whole thing has proven to be a waste of time. I mean, before I get into the details, there is one positive that came out of this, and that is that apparently there will be an exchange of prisoners between Russia and Ukraine, 1,000 people for 1,000 people. So that's a pretty substantial positive that is coming out of the Istanbul talks. But apart from that, it has been a wash. Nothing happened. Let's read. It's the negotiations apparently ended in less than 2 hours. The Russian demands have been described as divorced from reality and beyond anything that has been discussed before. Among them were the usual demands on giving up 4 oblasts: Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, Kherson, and like the 4 oblasts, of course. I think demilitarization might still be on the table, like demands that are just unacceptable. And apart from, on top of that, the Russian negotiators threatened the Ukrainian delegation. Russian in Istanbul threatens to fight forever and seize Sumy and Kharkiv oblasts, The Economist. And actually, apart from saying that, well, I assume this will be in the article. Vladimir Medinsky, the head of the Russian delegation in Istanbul, has said during the talks that Russia was ready for an endless war against Ukraine and threatened to seize Sumy and Kharkiv oblasts, so additional oblasts. And a source, The Economist columnist, blah blah blah. Details. The journalist quoted Medinsky's exact words. "We don't want war, but we're ready to fight for a year, 2, 3, however long it takes. We fought Sweden for 21 years. How long are you ready to fight?" Maybe some of those sitting here at this table will lose more of their loved ones. Russia is prepared to fight forever. Like, you tell me if this is an attitude of a country that supposedly is ready for peace negotiations. Is that the attitude of a country that is so willing for peace? Well, no, of course not. This is just stalling. This is just a waste of time. Like a bunch of threats and intimidation. You better give us what we want, because if you don't, we can just drag this out forever. You're just gonna continue losing loved ones. We're just gonna kill everybody that you care about until you give us what we want. We're prepared to go for as long as necessary to get our results. There's more. A well-placed source tells me Russia said it would agree to a ceasefire only if Ukraine withdraws from the 4 annexed provinces Russia doesn't even fully control. Moscow also threatened to seize 2 more, Kharkiv and Sumy. So, background. Peace talks between delegations from Ukraine and Russian Federation are continuing in Istanbul, Turkey. The Russians have put forward a number of unacceptable conditions, and we've basically touched upon them above. Ukraine's defense minister Rustem Umerov said that during the talks in Istanbul, the Ukrainian and Russian delegations discussed the possibility of 1,000 for 1,000 prisoner exchange. Apparently that has been agreed upon, so that is one positive that is coming out of this whole mess. the prisoner exchange, that people will be able to finally return to Ukraine. That is a single positive that we can be talking about here. Sky News has reported, citing a source in Ukrainian diplomatic circles, that Russia put forward demands that are unrealistic and go far beyond what was previously discussed. The media also, this last point is very interesting to me. The media also reported that the Russian delegation in Istanbul demanded that US representatives not be present at the talks with the Ukrainian side, which to me basically it says that the Russian side wants Ukrainian delegates to be completely isolated from any outsiders, that neither the US can be present, nor of course the European Union can be present. Nobody can be present, so that Russia can just directly attempt to intimidate Ukraine, as as evidenced from the statements above. Maybe some of those sitting here at this table will lose more of their loved ones. Russia is prepared to fight forever. Like, I think it's pretty clear what the goal of this negotiation, direct negotiation is to isolate and intimidate Ukraine into giving Russia what it wants. That's it. That's I don't see any other purpose to this. Otherwise, it's just a waste of time. Like, nothing substantial came out of this for Ukraine, apart from the prisoner exchange, of course. Like, Trump said it was a great chance, but then Trump retreated from even attending. Putin did not attend, and Trump said that unless they meet, nothing of substance will happen. So he pushed for this thing that he knew from the start would be a waste of time, and now we are seeing the results of the Istanbul peace talks. It's a little bit of an update on the segment that I've done yesterday on the topic. It's very, very sad state of affairs. I've actually read in some articles in which it seems like there was some hype surrounding this event, that there were people that had high hopes for this historical event that would possibly move both sides far closer to peace. But I'm sorry, I just feel like a lot of the world is still very deluded as to what the Russian position is when it comes to this war, when it comes to the possibility of peace. I feel like there's a lot of naivete when it comes to Vladimir Putin's strategy regarding the negotiations, regarding the continuation of the war, regarding of what's happening in Ukraine right now. And it's very disappointing. It's very disappointing to see that basically Russia has been gaining ground ever since Trump has taken office. Russia has been in a better and better and better and better position. Like, Trump is, like, well, interesting phrasing that I've read in a different article, that straight away after Putin has decided not to show, Trump was already playing lawyer for him, already playing defense for Putin for not coming to the Istanbul talks. So like the United States, that used to be a huge ally to Ukraine, is just basically another imperial power that hinders Ukraine, actually. It's... yeah. Zero pressure on Russia. All the pressure on Ukraine. And Europe is just not picking up the slack. It's not. All that Europe could muster to do was to say, the only thing that the European Union mustered was to say, You have until our deadline to implement a ceasefire, or else we will sanction you further. You will see further harsh sanctions. And then the deadline came, no ceasefire came about, and the European Union just meekly said, well, we're extending the deadline, so you better meet this next deadline or else. Okay. Sure. Like, this is quite weak and disappointing. It's just Ukraine is in a worse and worse position. Thing is, once the war is over, would the Russian people turn on their government? Seems like something was happening in Russia. Actual protesting taking place before the war. No, I don't think so. There's a lot of people in the population that's actually is interested in the war continuing. Believe it or not. Believe it or not, this war in a grim, horrible way has actually closed the gap on wealth inequality, because the widows of the soldiers were given huge amounts of money in Russia. So a lot of financial inequality was weirdly bridged through the death of soldiers on the front line in Ukraine. Doesn't that sound grim? Doesn't that sound awful to think about? All right. That's a segment. What do you think? Any thoughts before I close? Before I finish stream? Maybe we'll watch it. It could be interesting. Could be interesting. I think he visited Poland recently. He did a bunch of videos about visiting Poland, Polish cities. NFKRZ did a video about the wives of Russian soldiers who romanticize being the wife to soldiers. I mean, it's I guess they romanticize, but they also get a lot of money. And on Women's Day, I cannot believe that happened, and ironically that actually happened. I think on Women's Day, the widows after the killed soldiers received a gift from the government. Meat grinders. Yeah. The widows of fallen soldiers on Women's Day received meat grinders as a gift. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, our husbands, our spouses were sent to the meat grinder, but look, I got a meat grinder for Women's Day. Oh, God. What do you even say to that? All right. I mean, their husbands were sent into, yeah. The stream overlay is a bit off. I should correct it. And then I'll finish stream. That's better. All right. I'm gonna be finishing stream for now. I'm gonna see you tomorrow. We've done some segments, and thank you for being here. You are all lovely. I hope to see you all tomorrow, and I hope that we can grow. Okay, my goal is to be a small streamer rather than a micro one. Let's make the dream come true. Who do I raid? Why can't I edit the stream? That's worrisome. Okay, I'm gonna raid you into someone. Vegcom. I'm gonna raid you into Vegcom, the usual person. Okay, bye 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 bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.